and the standard of play has been pretty high from a peeling perspective. Reg in particular has been very strong, not just completing his sextuples but making them look easy. Yesterday he completed all 6 peels before 3-back, which is a rare occurrence, a very, very good turn. James himself has been doing a lot more of tripling, and I think from my perspective the key part of this match is going to be the openings. James has been particularly weak in the first 20-30 minutes each morning, and when he's got his first break under his belt he's been much stronger. Against some of the I guess one of the questions we need to ask is what sort of openings are we going to see? I think first of all we need to say that this game is going to be played under normal advanced rules. We're not going to be playing super advanced. There's been an agreement by all the members of the English McRobertson Shield team, of which James is a member, that they're going to play normal advanced, and that's just to get them back into the swing of that type of format, which is going to be used in Melbourne in November for the McRobertson Shield. So normal advanced means the first player going in is quite likely, particularly if it's James, to lay a super shot ball, and that's a ball just northwest of hoop 5. Reg might play super shot balls if he plays first, but he has also been going quite high on the east boundary, maybe 15-16 yards north of corner 4. So they're the two sort of likely places for the first balls to go. If James plays a super shot, Reg's standard response is to go about 18 to 19 yards south of corner 3, and then James will make a decision as to whether he wants to shoot from corner 3 down the boundary at it, or from a bolt joining up and forcing Reg to hit. Now I mentioned how good Reg's peeling turns have been, and he really hasn't looked in any danger. You know, even when he's had to rush to a hoop from 20 yards away or approach a hoop from 8 yards away, it really hasn't looked as if he's in any danger. The hoops are particularly easy to run, and he's taking full advantage of that. The only real weakness I've seen in his game is when things go slightly out of book and he has to do something that's a little bit beyond his comfort zone. He is still struggling with his hard shots. So he ended up in a 2-ball game with Mark Suter earlier in the week and took on about a 6-yard penultimate and only just clipped the outside of the wire. That's about the limit of what I can say he's been weak at. It's going to be a tough match for James today. I know a lot of people think if James doesn't get the first break, it could be 3-0. However, Reg has lost to James. James has won the Open Championship a few years ago at Surbiton, and in that match James was excellent and had his hitting boots on that day, and yeah, that's really what James needs to do. He needs to outshoot Reg. So it's another beautiful day here, blue skies. Temperatures expected to reach mid-20s today. And players just having their last few minutes of practice. Reg going around all the boundaries, checking them out. James just trying a few shots down the east boundary. And he's popped a little offside marker that are now part of the lawns due to golf croquet. Down on the boundary, the yard line just to shoot at, and normally you get about 3/4 of a ball of hill down that boundary, so I'll just be looking at what his optimal aiming spots are. He has sort of two paces of shooting, James. There is sort of fairly gentle one, and then he has a much harder one, and the much harder one will probably only move half a ball, maybe even just a quarter, but obviously shooting harder tends to be a little bit less accurate. And that's James's hard shot. Plays with a very long mallet and a pen holder grip, left-handed. And it's a Bob Jackson mallet, probably from the 80s, I would think, that mallet, maybe 90s. But no peripheral weighting in it. Very sort of old-fashioned. It's got man-made end faces, so it's not wooden end faces. But yeah, it's none of this carbon fibre modern stuff. Whereas you look at Reg, let's just pan to Reg. Reggie's got a much more modern mallet there. That'll be a trimmer, carbon fibre, all the weight taken out inside the head. Very light shaft. And one of the reasons why modern players find it so easy to hit 5 and 6 yarders just as if they're routine. James here just rushing to hoop one from the east boundary, always a key part of my warm-up. It's a shot that's very likely to be played, and you just want to get the feel of the length of the shot. And then I generally approach hoop one from 3 or 4 different places either side, maybe a couple of split hoop approaches, maybe a backward takeoff, just to get the feel of how quick the lawn is around hoop one and whether there's any hills around that area. So I think James is pretty much finished, and the players are just joining up. James has tossed the coin. I think the winner will go in. Quick shake of hands. Looks like Reg has won the toss. And is it going to be a super shot, or is it going to be an east boundary ball? Yeah, early on, a little bit more cautious approach from Reg, and he's going actually quite a long way south. So he has played further north in the past. That's about 9 yards north of corner 4 with black. So we're up and running. James marching off to B-Bulk, and I think we'll see a corner 2 response from him. I think he'll be worried if he lays a duffer tice with Reg that Reg might just hit in and go round. So this is the more defensive of the option, playing Reg just a few inches south of corner 2. And that looks pretty good. If Reg shoots at that and misses on the right, it should be a double. And if he misses narrowly on the left, it will also be a double. So Reg will either shoot from A bulk at partner or B bulk. And he likes joining up. I can't say I blame him. So a key part of this is don't miss by 2 balls on the right, because that will mean blue comes back very close to black and leaves a double. He's not going to likely to do much if he hits it, so he can almost aim at the left hand side of black here. Reg going through his standard pre-shot routine. Stands a couple of yards away from the ball, stands upright, visualises the shot. Missed on... ooh, I thought he'd missed it on the right when he came off the mallet. But it's a good hit. Now later on in the match we might see very aggressive options from here, like approaching hoop 1 and trying to run it off the north boundary, then hit red in corner 2. I don't think we'll see anything aggressive from Reg at this stage of the match. He knows James has been making errors and not hitting early on in matches. And I think he'll play quite a cautious line here, not even attempting to make hoop 1 or approach it. So taking off from the right hand side of the black ball, just to move it slightly in lawn, and he's going to go to the red, move the red in lawn, and then join up with a rush back to red. Trying to make sure red finishes quite a long way away from both A bulk and B bulk. It's going to be amazing how many people have taken off the lawn with their first takeoff of the day, and that's just due to the speed. Ooh, that's going to cause all sorts of interest. First of all, I thought it was very close to going off the lawn for pace, but it's actually gone absolutely smack bang into the far wire of hoop 2 and finished in hoop 2. There's basically nothing Reg can do to get back to partner here, I don't think. He obviously doesn't want to play straight through the hoop, because he'll end up giving a 7-yarder to James on the north boundary. It's not particularly good just playing back towards me either, on the line of... let's move to that camera. If you're trying to move just south of the middle of the west boundary, that's not great either. It'll allow James a whole range of options. I don't think he can get anywhere near partner on the east boundary. Corner 4's not in play either. Whether he can nudge it to a position where it doesn't rush to hoop 1 but can hit red, that might be playable. It'll still rush to black, but he's really in no man's land here. This is a bad start. He's looking at whether he can get back to black. You can just see the mallet ploughing into the hoop, missing the ball entirely, moving it a few inches. All sorts of disasters can happen here. It's the first time anything like this has happened to Reg in the opening this tournament. It's all been very straightforward, everything going to plan. So he's called a referee out. I believe this is Tony Elliott from Ealing, just newly qualified as a championship referee, and he'll be marking the ball, so if Reg does play a fault he'll be able to put it back accurately. And then Reg looks like he's trying to play about 13 yards south of red in corner 2. The idea being that if James misses yellow at red from B bulk, Reg has got a 13-yard shot. But this is not easy. You can only get about just over half a mallet on it, I think. So that was all good. It's about 15 yards south the corner. So at this stage, it's a clear win of the opening for red and yellow. James is going to have a 13-yarder at red from the end of B bulk. And even if he misses it, Reg is going to have to hit a 14 to 15-yarder with blue. So clear win mathematically to James. The question is, can he hit this Croquet? Roll red to hoop 2 going along the west boundary to get a rush on blue to hoop 1. James just had a brief look with yellow at the long double up the boundary, blue at red, but you know, that's a 20-yard shot at blue with red 33 yards away. It's a low percentage. You're much better off just taking a single ball target at partner at 13 yards. And these shots used to hill about 3/4 of a ball when I was playing a decade ago. So I think you'll be shooting hard at this, just trying to take that hill out of play. Restalking. Massive, these first 10-15 minutes of finals. You find yourself at one break down and suddenly you've lost 3-0. Yeah, half ball. Didn't really come off the mallet particularly well, but he certainly gave it some oomph, and that will have taken all the hill out of that shot. So, tough croquet stroke now. He's got to roll partner towards hoop 2, but all the focus is in the yellow ball. The yellow needs to go down this west boundary, inside the yard line preferably, to get a rush on blue to hoop 1. And indeed, this is interesting. He's so focused on the yellow, he's playing a takeoff. And there's nothing wrong with that, because if he makes hoop 1 with any sort of a rush, he'll expect to go round. Nice line, bit short, or just hills a little bit. Put it down a nice line there, but he just hilled back onto the yard line. So he's got a 2-yard rush pointing at corner 1 that he needs to cut 2/3 ball towards hoop 1. It's not bad. It means he's going to approach it from south of the hoop, so that will help him send the front ball well forward to allow him to run the hoop firmly. And a rush to corner 2 is great, a rush to black is great, and equally sort of punting it up to the peg, this blue ball, and then running hoop 1 off the north boundary is fine as well. He'll have red quite close. He's played a roll, so he's definitely not looking at that. So really good hoop approach there by James. Blue's excellent. The hoop's never going to cause any problem at all. The number of hoop errors this tournament has just been tiny. It's not the direction of the rush he wanted. So he's tried to take that behind hoop 2 going to red. Now this is a surprise to me. I can't see any reason why you wouldn't just play a takeoff again there. All he had to do was get a rush on hoop 2 to red, with red, and he would have gone round. And he's deliberately played almost for this split croquet stroke. Now you might look at that thinking that's not very good, he's got a 2-yard slightly angled hoop, but the key in these conditions is to make sure you've got a hoop shot, because the players simply haven't been failing these. Obviously first thing in the day you can do, but I don't think James is going to be unhappy at all with that, and he's just smashed it through the north boundary. So red over at hoop 3, easy roquet on blue, and this is a huge part of the match. James has got the first break. It had to be the key part of his game plan. Try and make sure he goes around either third or fourth turn, and this is going to be a fourth turn ball round. So, not a difficult croquet stroke coming up. He wants to get past the red ball so he can rush to hoop 3. But the truth is, he doesn't actually have to, because it's so easy to approach from 2 yards away. Let's see if he can play a good shot. Blue's travelling down to hoop 4 nicely. Yellow past the red, and it's a very good shot. If I had to criticise it, blue should probably be on the opposite side of hoop 4. It should be east of hoop 4 rather than west. But excellent yellow. He's got a rush to hoop 3, and he'll be going round. Probably going to make a diagonal spread. Non-forcing. Red's clips both on hoop 1. And what we're going to be trying to do as the day progresses is get the clip positions shown in the top left-hand corner of the screen. So we're going to try and get the red and yellow balls showing what hoop they're on, and the black and blue balls to make sure you're up to speed on where they are. Yellow currently on hoop 4, everything else on hoop 1. And if you're new to Association Croquet, you may think, well, James is only 3-0 up here and it's first to 26, but in terms of winning the game, he's probably almost halfway there already. At this level, the players just don't make errors on break play in conditions like this. So this ball will make as many hoops as James wants to make, and that will probably be 9. So we'll stop on 4 back. And he'll be hoping Reg misses the lift and he can have a nice straightforward triple peel to go 1-0 up. Nice technique here if you're looking at role play. He's moved his top hand halfway down the mallet, just to try and get the 2 hands working together instead of being massively split. His mallet's probably 44 inches long, so much longer than the standard 36 inches. And you may be wondering why James has sent the black ball towards hoop 1. And that's because he's going to try something called peeling the opponent, or popping. And the idea is that if he can peel black through hoop 1 and possibly through hoop 2 as well, it may make Reg's subsequent turns more difficult. So one of the things Reg will do is go to 1 back. if he hits a lift and lay for a sextuple. And if both these balls aren't on hoop 1, that means by cross-wiring at hoop 1, he won't have a ball at his hoop. So James may try to pop him to 2 and 2. At the moment, blue's going to be sent to hoop 6, and the yellow's going to go over towards the black and try and get a position to rush black in front of hoop 1. Little bit overhit, but not too bad. Corner 1 still in shade, so I hope you can see the balls adequately well. And we've got a close-up now. You can see James has rushed that black in front of hoop 1. He's now going to try and peel it through the hoop with quite a wide angle shot going over to partner at hoop 5. So gets the peel. Partner excellent with that yellow ball, getting a rush to hoop 5. And now I'll be interested to see whether he tries to peel the blue also through hoop 1, either after hoop 6 or after 2 back. So choosing to leave red down by 2 back. Gets a rush on black so he can rush it over towards the peg and then croquet it to 1 back going to blue. I think after hoop 6 he'll try and get a rush on blue back in front of hoop 1 and try and peel blue through hoop 1. And if he doesn't, he can still do it after 2 back, even before 2 back. So the hoops are very easy. So yeah, yesterday's semi-finals, Reg beat Harry Fisher 3-0, 3 sextuples, and I think James was potentially trying to get a rush. He looks like he might just be trying to peel black to hoop 3. I'm not sure that's going to do him a lot of good, really, because Reggie's probably just going to play the hoop 3 ball and go to 1 back anyway. I think potentially it was stronger to try and peel the blue to hoop 2. So he's approached 1 back, putting blue in front of, putting black in front of hoop 2, and now he's going to peel black through hoop 2. So at the end of the turn, his idea is that yellow is on 4 back, red on hoop 1, blue on hoop 1, and black on hoop 3. And so he's got that second peel now. I think Reg will now play the black ball on the lift, and again just try and make 4 hoops, take it from 3 to 1 back, and make a 1 back leave. So it looks at the moment as if James is going to try and play a defensive leave. The reason for putting red there is often to put an enemy ball in the middle of the west boundary to enable him to lay up in corner 2. I just can't see any merit in that at all on a lawn that's this easy. Giving Reg a 13-yard lift is just bonkers. When you're playing in easy conditions, you need to prioritise length of lift shot, and when you're playing in difficult conditions, you need to try and make it difficult for your opponent if they hit in. Here, even if they hit in with the balls in difficult positions, they'll still do whatever they want. So I think he's going to end up giving Reg far too short a shot here. I may be wrong, but we'll watch and find out. So he's made 3 back with yellow now, so that's all the hoops he's going to make this turn. Yellow now on 4 back, which is where the clip's going to be at the end of the turn. Black, remember, has been peeled through hoop 1 and hoop 2, so he's now on hoop 3, and both red and blue on hoop 1. And yeah, he is doing what I said he might be doing. He's going to rush that blue over towards red, leaving in the middle of the west boundary, and he's going to lay up tight in corner 2. It's just too short a shot for Reg. So yeah, that blue's been left almost peg high, maybe fractionally a yard further north than peg high on the west boundary, and he's rushed to corner 2, and that's where he's going to lay up, and Reggie's going to have a shot from the end of B bulk at the red ball that is 13 yards long. If he hits with the blue, he'll have a break for hoop 1. If he hits with the black, it might initially look like it's really difficult because all the balls are on the opposite side of the lawn to hoop 3 that the black ball is on. But I really don't think it's going to cause Reg any difficulty to either get a break or make his 4 hoops and crosswire at hoop 1 and make his sextuple leave. So I don't like this. It's too short a shot for Reg. But anyway, good turn in terms of 9 hoops made with the yellow ball on the 4th turn. So you recap is red on 1, yellow on 4 back, blue on hoop 1, black on hoop 3. People who've listened to me a lot will realise that one of my bugbears is not being ready to play when your opponent's finished the turn. And yeah, your Reg has, got up, got to his water bottle, he's still, looking at shots, and I do like to keep the game flowing. Quite a contrast in styles. James probably one of the fastest players in the world, and Reg the opposite. So as I anticipated, he's gone and found his hoop 3 ball. He's going to go up to B bulk, shoot at the red, and if he hits, he'll be making 4 hoops and the 1 back leave. If he misses, he's almost certainly lost the first game. So you got a close-up of Reg doing his pre-shot routine now. Part of it's visualisation, part of it is breathing. It's really important to get your breathing right for these types of shots. We'll cut back to a wider angle view. And one of the things that breathing can do is get your shoulders nice and relaxed. You don't want to be playing with tight shoulders. So just get your shoulders nice and low. Now he's just snicked that quarter ball, but that's plenty good enough. And now we'll see him gradually dig the balls out from this western boundary, gradually move them further into the lawn, and by the time he's on hoop 5, hoop 6, he'll hopefully have got them well enough into the lawn to allow him to get them down to hoop 1, to crosswire, red and yellow at hoop 1, and then lay up in corner 3, having made 4 hoops. So quite interesting for you to watch this. There you can see all the balls here. First shot, just a little nudge, a stop shot. Try and get red as far into the lawn as you can. But again, all the focus during this turn is going to be on the back ball. He has to get a rush on yellow down to blue. And yeah, he just nudges that red out 5 feet. Tight rush on yellow down to blue. And obviously the number one focus at the moment is getting a rush on blue to hoop 3. A little bit unlucky to finish there. He's only going to be able to move yellow a foot or so in lawn whilst getting a rush on blue to hoop 3. Ideally he would have liked to finish a couple of feet short, so again he could have moved yellow 5 or 6 feet in lawn. He'll now just be playing a sort of thick takeoff to get behind the blue and get a good rush to hoop 3. So can't do a huge amount with yellow. All the focus on the black. So yeah, that yellow's not as far in lawn as he would like, but the number one target has been achieved. He's got this rush on blue to hoop 3. He'll be trying to rush it in front of hoop 3, and it's better if it's fractionally long than fractionally short, because he's going to be trying to get a rush back towards the western side of the lawn. And it's easier to do if you over rush it than if you under rush it. Rushing it dead straight in front like he has done is great. So I'll be approaching the hoop, sending the blue west of the line of 3 and 4, and then running the hoop and trying to get a rush back to the red ball. That's the ball that's sort of most towards the corner. So starting digging balls out by rushing to red is probably a little bit better than if he has to rush to yellow. So now needs the control to run this by about 2.5 yards. And he's got a rush to yellow. So flicked a bit of wire on his way through there, took a bit of pace off the black. So he rush towards yellow, stop blue out a fair way this time, and then rush yellow to corner 2. Stop yellow a fair way out, can probably get it almost to hoop 2, whilst holding on red to rush to the opposite side of the lawn. Not a good shot there. He's hit it far too centrally. He would have liked to have been like 2 yards away from yellow to keep that controlled rush to corner 2. The positive of this is if he wants to, he can now croquet blue well into the lawn. He's got loads and loads of room. So yeah, we're back in the shade now. Is he going to play a thick takeoff, get his rush, or is he going to play a proper croquet stroke, get blue well into the lawn? He's opting for the thick takeoff. really played a thin one. I thought he'd blew a couple of yards into the lawn there. But anyway, he's focused on getting this rush. Needs to rush this to corner 2. The thing that could go wrong here is rushing it into red. Well, he hasn't rushed into red, but he's overcut it by a long way. So this is all just a little bit scrappy now. He should have been in corner 2, approaching red on the rush line to get a nice rush to hoop 4. And now he's going to play another thin takeoff. So he's again leaving these balls on the west boundary. It's going to make his leave more difficult to create. He's only got 4 hoops to get the balls into the position he wants to crosswire at hoop 1. So if he doesn't manage to get these balls out in time, he might end up having to go to 3 back or 4 back, probably be 4 back in this case, which will give James a lift. So James will end up with a 17, 19 yard shot instead of a 30 yard shot. So Reg won't want to do that, but equally at the moment his priority is taking off from yellow to get behind the red to get a rush to hoop 4. One of Reggie's many strengths is his touch. I know he's the envy of many players, and it's one of the things that makes him such a strong golf croquet player as well. And I hope there's some golf croquet players listening, because what I always say is if you play association croquet, your golf croquet will improve. And if you play golf croquet, your association croquet will improve. So try playing both. They both have key skills that are necessary in both games. So again, you might look at the rush go, it's not very good, it's 6 yards in front of hoop 4. It's good enough. You know, he is going to get in front of the hoop with his approach, and I think he'll run, even if he ends up with a 2 yard hoop, he'll run it easily. After the hoop, he wants a rush on red, either to blue or yellow. So he'll probably be sending the red fairly deep and then running the hoop off the lawn to get his rush on red. And that's just, you know, even if the hoops were quite difficult, that's just a good shot. Just over 2 feet, dead straight. And he should get a rush on red towards corner 2 or yellow, hopefully. And again, if you get the chance to watch that shot in slow motion, just look at the stability of Reggie's body. Very nice, stable stance. Goes through with the shot. And one of the things we like to say is, see the mallet hit the ball. And there's no sign that his head's moved up after he's hit it. His head's still down. The body is balanced. It's really good for anyone who wants to copy a technique. Very good body stability. And the other thing I like watching is the forearms. Forearm extension after the shot. Really, really important. So Reg, another good example of that. And this is interesting. He had a rush there that he could have taken towards corner 2 to help dig the yellow ball out, dig the blue ball out, and he's opted just to rush to hoop 5. And we're getting to a stage where I have to question, is he going to go to 1 back? The balls are not in the lawn. And he may just be saying, no, early days, I'm going to play a quiet ball to 4 back, just make sure it goes round. He still has the opportunity to make his 1 back leave with a few good shots, but the whole tempo of the turn and his lack of desire almost to dig the balls out as early as possible indicates that perhaps the 1 back leave was never really in the forefront of his mind. So quick recap of where we've got the clips. Yellow on 4-back, red on hoop 1, blue on hoop 1, and black in a break currently for hoop 6. So Reg clearly trying to dig this red ball out now. Is it for his 1-back leave, or is it just as a sort of ball in the lawn on his way to 4-back? And the fact he's got a rush to hoop 6 suggests this is a ball to 4-back. No attempt to go to yellow, and that sort of makes a lot more sense of the entire turn. Perhaps he's just saying, early days, I'm going to force James to hit his 17, 19 yard lift shot, and if he doesn't, I'll have a nice easy triple peel to start the final. Bit surprised because he did make the sextuples look so easy yesterday, but a little bit more pressure in the final, and again maybe just wants to force James to show he's woken up this morning and can shoot. So again, it's Reggie's 5th hoop of his break. He started on hoop 3 because James had popped him through hoop 1 and 2. And to be honest, Reg still hasn't got a proper break here, has he? You know, blue isn't at 2-back. So he's just really been niggling these balls out tiny bits at a time. And the question now is, when he goes to 4-back, because he's about to run 1-back and give a lift, what leave is he going to make? Past history shows Reg just makes diagonal spreads. It's not really much of a thought process. You could make a new standard leave or an MSL, which makes it a bit easier for you should they lift the hoop 1 ball. that really doesn't tend to enter Reg's thinking, and he'll just go to 4-back with a spread normally, and just let James play either of his 2 balls. And James obviously wants to play the red, because red is on hoop 1 and yellow's on 4-back. And I don't think Reg could make a leave here that would force James to play the yellow ball. The only thing is you try and make it so that when they play the red, it makes it easier for you. I think Reg's viewpoint is that, well, as long as James misses, it doesn't really matter where the balls are. He's going to finish. And you can't really argue with that, because he's had 3 sextuples yesterday and a triple peel isn't really going to test him. And again, for people who are trying to learn how to make good leaves, one of the golden rules you need to follow is make the last hoop of your turn off an opponent ball. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to make the next but last hoop, the penultimate hoop, or in this case 2-back, off partner. Because if you make 2-back off partner, you're going to make 3-back, the last hoop of your turn, off an opponent ball. And that just makes it much easier to position the balls where you want. So he sent red nicely to 3-back, as you can see, and he's got a very straightforward rush, not quite straight, to 2-back. So we've got a bit of an error here. This is out of nowhere. We were just looking at putting the clip positions up on the screen, so I didn't actually watch the approach. I'd sort of just made an assumption. This is game losing. It's as simple as that. Yellow's got a lift. Blue's just off the end of, well, blue's just off the middle of A bulk. Red's over by hoop 4. And all he's managed to do is put black in corner 4. I'm not even sure corner 4 was the right place for it. So in all likelihood, that is game losing. James is going to pick the yellow ball up, and he's going to go to A bulk, and he's going to roquet the blue ball. And there's various methods he could use to get his standard TP up and running. Some precision, some involving a big croquet stroke out of corner 4, sending black to hoop 2, getting a rush on red to hoop 1. But yeah, that is like, wow, out of nowhere. Not the sort of mistake Reg makes. It's really quite remarkable. It might be so remarkable that James might not turn up for 2 or 3 minutes because he wasn't expecting to play. So we've got a little quiz for you now. In the shade, reading the newspaper, is a famous sports person. I'm going to give you a minute to have a think who it might be. And a clue, there's a big event on today that he might be particularly interested in. So James is back, probably wondering what on earth's gone on. He was expecting Reg to take another 5 minutes and get to 4 back and be forced to hit a lift shot that was 19 yards, and he's going to have to hit a lift shot that's more like 19 inches run 19 yards. So yeah, this is a big opportunity. There's pressure. That really, to be honest, that's the only thing that can stop James from here. This is a very, very straightforward chance, and you know the only thing is it's the pressure of an Open Championship final. But if he makes hoop 1, I expect him to finish. So back to my little quiz, and that is Buster Mottram, Wimbledon player of decades ago. So as I say, that's about a 19-incher for James rather than a 19-yarder. And he's decided, well, actually, it's a rush to hoop 1. It's the best I'm going to get. I'll just make hoop 1 while I'm there. He's going to make hoop 2 off the yellow ball, which isn't ideal because it means he's not going to get the peelie at hoop 3 straight away. But on the more positive side, it's the easiest start to the break he can have, and he hasn't forced himself to play any big shots. That's a good rush towards the black in corner 4, and he'll just start niggling that ball out from the corner. Didn't quite see whether he managed to rush into the corner to get a cannon. But he did, and that's really good. That's going to make it so much easier for him. He can now croquet blue to hoop 3 and rush black in the cannon over towards the western side of the lawn to yellow, and it's going to make his standard triple much, much easier. So really good rush after hoop 1 to get into corner 4. Again, you could argue Reg should have gone a few inches out of the corner with his last shot. He's not done very well at all with that blue. I think it was quite easy to send that to hoop 3, and it's a much better ball at hoop 3 than, you know, just off the east boundary. I don't want that. So again, black goes to hoop 3, gets a rush on yellow to hoop 2, and then after hoop 2 he'll be trying to get a rush on the yellow over to 4 back to leave it in front of 4 back before going back to blue and tidying it up as a hoop 4 pioneer. Perfectly good black, just short of hoop 3, and he's got this rush pointing more or less at hoop 2, but he wants control out of hoop 2 because he wants this rush over to 4 back, and he's hit it in the middle rather than 3/4 ball on the right. It just makes getting the rush out of hoop 2 that little bit more difficult. Lots of you will be thinking, oh, we might not make hoop 2. You know, he's 2 yards to the side, but, you know, all he's got to do is get a 40-degree hoop and he'll run it. So yeah, we're trying to keep you updated with the scores panel. So yeah, after hoop 2 he's rushed yellow over towards blue, and I think he'll be trying to croquet it back up towards 4-back, and then hit blue and move it into the lawn on his way to his hoop 3 par near black. Once yellow in a position where he can run hoop 3, hit yellow and then peel it through 4-back. He's played a really good shot there, very wide angle, getting a rush on blue to hoop 4. So he's going to have a really good hoop 4 par near now. And this is about as standard as you get. He's going to take off from the blue up to the black at hoop 3. Rush black in front of hoop 3. And then after the hoop 3, hit yellow, peel it through 4-back, and he's on what we call a standard triple peel, and he's 99% to finish from there. Changed. So lines up this peel from 2 yards rather than 2 feet, and he's going to play it dead straight with a stop shot, and that's going to hopefully mean there's no pull. And he's got the peel, got a rush on black south, and this should now turn into a routine sextuple. So James is a quick player, already through hoop 4, not bothering to go back to yellow. Overhit his hoop 6 par near there, but he's got a rush to hoop 5. He'll get a rush out of hoop 5 towards corner 3, so he can go and collect the yellow and bring it back towards penultimate for that second peel. Again, just slightly overhit that. Quarter ball cut, moving black further north. That's a nice shot. Good position there to send black towards one back. Holding to get a rush on yellow. Probably just north of blue, so you can croquet yellow into position for the penultimate peel. Holding for a rush on blue to hoop 6. And yesterday James played Jose Riva from Spain in the semi-final. Won 3 games to 1, having really had a very scrappy start at the start of the match. Both the first and second games had multiple errors and misses before James took control and won the third and fourth quite easily. Wonderful to have 3 different nationalities in the semi-finals. That certainly wouldn't have happened when I started playing this event in the 80s. Reg obviously now a fixture. A South African who gets into the final almost every year. And he hasn't rushed north, he's just rushed to a position where he can croquet it into position for the peel, getting behind the blue and then rush the blue in front. So just needs to make sure he doesn't do anything silly like rush blue into yellow or rush it into the back of the hoop would be bad. So again, it's not quite the level of control we'd anticipate. He's overhit that shot back on yellow, and instead of it's about 10 degrees, so he's got 0 chance of peeling it. All he's trying to do is just nudge it into the front of the jaws. Nice, gentle, controlled shot needed. And yeah, hasn't got that. So, it's untidy. For purists like myself, I'm looking for better quality. Just simply because you're under pressure. James is now probably going to end up playing what we call the death roll. No doubt James would like it to call the death roll, but no, it's called the death roll, sending yellow through penultimate on his way to blue at 2 back. And again, looking at blue, and I'll just cut to a different angle, you can see blue just to the side of 2 back. It looks fantastic because it's so close, but when you're playing a death roll, you actually want it 2 yards north of the hoop. So there's no danger of getting crosswired from it or bad things happening. You finish 3 yards short and you have to hit it past the hoop. So it's not as easy as somebody who might be under a little bit of pressure wanting it to be. So he's made 1 back. Red is now on 2 back. Hits the black. Black will be going down to 3 back as his 3 back pioneer, and he'll be just trying to drift fractionally past the yellow to be able to hit it back in front of penultimate for this death roll shot I mentioned. That black looks short. A bit short playable, but he hasn't got the rush on partner. So no chance of the death roll now. He's just going to take off and he'll either the death roll going to 3 back, or he'll set up for what we call the delayed double, where he peels penultimate before 4 back. Again, the longer you leave it, the more things can go wrong, the more pressure you're under. And at this level, you're really trying to just minimise things that can go wrong. Nice tight angle there. Gets a nice rush on blue, back up to yellow. Here we'll see, is he going to set up for a delayed double, or is he going to try and rush yellow in front of the hoop and death roll it going to black? And black's not a bad ball to go to. It's well north of the hoop, and a perfectly good ball to death roll to. The fact he's putting blue there indicates he may not go for the death roll. So I think we'll probably see this rushed in front, and then he'll play a takeoff down to black. Yeah, so he's just going to take off, sending yellow in front of the hoop, finish north of the black. And the key to this part of the game is you need a rush north after 3 back. So oh, I've been off. I'm told that we're having a bit of trouble with the internet connection at Hurlingham, so the streaming might not be as smooth as we'd hoped for, but we'll work on that to try and resolve it. So I had been saying there that ideally black should be south of the hoop, and because it's north it means James is going to have to send the yellow to rover for the rover peel from much further away than he wanted. So red is going to finish south of yellow here, and then he's going to rush the yellow back to the northern part of the lawn, back past black, and then croquet yellow in front of rover from a long way away. Again, James has got a good stop shot. A lot of you out there wouldn't be able to play a good enough stop shot from here and would end up going past black. But I think James has got a good stop shot and can hold for his rush on back. But yellow again ideally should be sent out from about 6 yards closer than this. Lovely holding on the red ball, good stop shot to get a rush to penult, and yellow's good as well. It's 5 foot dead straight in front of rover. So we'll be seeing the rover peel played with an Irish peel, trying to get both balls through the hoop in the same shot, and providing that all goes well, it should be 1-0 to James. Reg yesterday moved to world number 1, just moving past Robbie Fletcher from Australia, and after this game he'll be back to world number 2. So it's going to be flip-flop all day as these matches and games go back and forth. But a good start from James. 6th turn win, and equally importantly got a massive error out of Reg, really out of nowhere. So black's been sent deep just in case he needs to jump through rover over the peelie. Blue gets sent to the side of the hoop so that if red runs it by an inch he's still got something he can hit. And now he rushes yellow nice and straight in front of the hoop, and he's got choices. He could play an old-fashioned stop shot peel because he's got a very good stop shot, or he could just play a drive, get both of the balls through the hoop in the same stroke. The modern method is the drive. Looks like a drive to me. No. I'd have definitely played a drive there. So he's utilising this black. Red's going to jump over the yellow. Wow. He must have got a huge amount of wire on the peel, and yellow's moved 2 balls to the side, allowing him just to thrash through the hoop, missing yellow completely on the ground. So he didn't need to jump. And really, with yellow only 2 feet through the hoop, it's disappointing that he hasn't had to play the jump shot. So takes off to the blue, knocks blue behind the yellow, rushes yellow past rover, making sure to miss the hoop, and pegs out from a couple of yards away. And it'll be first game to James plus 19 TP, or for our Southern Hemisphere watchers, 26 TP 7. And that should help calm any nerves that James had. 2 error-free turns, plenty of lawn time. It should be an interesting match from here. Game 1. James just having a quick drinks break between games. I think if you remember, Reg won the toss in game 1. So that'll mean that James... I think I had my mic turned off for that. So we've got James having a drinks break, about to win the toss in game 2. I think we'll see him play Super Shot Ball. Trying to get a third turn ball round in the second game, just to ramp up the pressure on Reg. Try and get game and break up fast, force Reg to hit in the fourth turn, and really try and put that pressure on Reg's shooting. So the closest match Reg had this tournament was against Mark Suter, who went game up against him, and they ended up in quite a cagey cat and mouse 2-ball game, where Mark had a chance of a 2-ball break to finish, failed hoop 5, and then had a bit of play around hoop 6 when Reg was on penultimate, but Reg eventually came through that one, and from that stage really has looked quite dominant. James, on the other hand, had this multi-error match with Jose yesterday, and really throughout the tournament, and also if we go back to the men's and women's played at Nottingham a fortnight ago, James started off almost every day with errors and looking a little nervy. He's been having some trouble physically with his knees, and he's tended to say once he's had a game, they've been much better. So I think he'll be happy to have got to this stage, had his 2 breaks, and I think he'll be okay now. And in fact delighted that he hasn't just put an error out straight away in game 1 and allowed Reg to do that. And literally, I think I saw Reg misapproach hoop 3 in the doubles earlier in the week. And he really hasn't done a very much wrong other than that. Very few errors. His shooting's been absolutely fine, without being perfect, and it should be, fascinating. Really, Reg a strong favourite for the match. Now it's 1-1, 1-0 to James. It's close to 50-50, I think. So it is a warm day here, probably about 22 at the moment, expecting 25 later on, and neither player visible, which I was always someone who, when they won a game, I wanted to be straight on. Didn't want a 10-minute break between games, and certainly, my opponent went off for 10 minutes, I'd be really unhappy about it. Yeah, sort of the etiquette is about 5 minutes is about what's allowed. You can obviously have a lunch break. It's what is it? 11:34 at the moment. So I don't think the lunch break is on the card, since the lunch places don't open till 12. So I'd be very surprised if Reg is having lunch. But there's no sign of him, and we did finish several minutes ago. Right then, Reg is back. They're both walking down to A-Bulk. I'm delighted to say that we've got a second commentator, my very good friend, Stephen Mulliner. Welcome, Stephen.
Hi, Chris.
We've got one microphone to share, so I'm just going to move it to the middle. And what were your thoughts on that first game?
Well, I only came in towards the end and was very pleased to see that the court is distinctly non-trivial, and James had a spot of carelessness at Penalt, which meant he had to delay his Penalt peel and end up with a straight rover. And you can't take these courts lightly. Court 4 at Hurlingham has a number of interesting slopes around Hoop 5 rover, which many players, including me, have found out about in the past. But he ended up actually refusing an Irish peel, which caused some comment among spectators, because most of us would think from 2 feet that's the safest way of getting both balls through. But James has different views, and he told us actually he wasn't trying to jump, he just thought he could hit it flat and straight and miss the peelee, which had gone off to one side. Frequently, unfortunately, you can catch the wrong wire and suddenly you thump into it, which is unfortunate, but he didn't. He's now 1 up, and that's a great start from him.
So we've got the start of the second game. I mentioned earlier I expected James to play a super shot, and he has. So black's gone northwest of hoop 5, and Reg has gone to more or less his normal position, perhaps a couple of yards further south than normal. He often goes almost peg high, doesn't he, Stephen? This is about 3 yards.
I'm sure you're
4
right.
yards?
I mean, maximum position is actually about 2.5 yards south of the peg, and a lot of people prefer to leave it even a yard further south than that to increase the distance. The other 2 options people have been using are just outside second corner, and perhaps not so often just out. As you say, Reg prefers this, and James is not doing anything unusual. He's just to try to smash it down to the south easy.
Great shot.
Oh well, yes, that helps.
So just going back to one of the points you were making there, Stephen, this about lawn 4, and yesterday Reg was on lawn 2, and I've always thought lawn 2 better than that. I thought he's going to get about 3 yards away. But as you say, if you can approach it from straight, nothing really should go wrong. The players here have been very happy to have a 2-yard hoop shot, haven't they?
Yeah, the hoops are accommodating. The traditional reasons that Hurlingham's lawns are founded on a big silt layer, which apparently goes back to the 1928 floods.
This is close. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a good hoop approach with any difficulty of hoop, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. No, it's, so his touch seems to be right with him, which is a crucial attribute.
Looking further ahead, James has obviously made hoop 1 here. Good hoop 2 par near. Shouldn't be any difficulty going round. Are we expecting him to go all the way to 4 back, or is he going to try and defend against a TPO and stop at 3 back?
I think certainly it's what Reg was doing yesterday, his final game, the day before, sorry, against Mark Suter, and it's a pretty normal tactic if you're playing someone who's a good TPO. The only thing against it is that Reg doesn't do very many of them. I think it was reported that the one he did against Mark Suter was the first one he'd done since 2013, which is quite a long time ago. James may take the view that he just wants to keep it very, very simple. He can do a quadruple standing on his head, so it's not really a problem. But he may just feel like saying to Reg, well, it's up to you, can you hit? Because if Reg does hit, it doesn't really matter whether it's going to be a 4 back or 3 back, because I'm sure what Reg would do anyway is just go round and lay a 1 back leave.
Exactly, which is why James should go to 4 back.
Yeah.
So, if we assume he's going to go to 4 back as the correct tactical thing, there is 2 options. He could lay up on the western side of the lawn with what we call the 3 ducks leave,
Yep.
which is a very aggressive leave that gives you lots of balls to play with if they miss. Or he could maybe make a sort of diagonal spread where the ball on the west boundary is actually on the boundary. So that if Reg shoots from corner 3 and rushes the ball south towards corner 4, he might not get a rush and might not make hoop 1. So one's an aggressive leave and the other one's a little bit more defensive, but it makes it more difficult for you as well.
Yeah, but if you're basically satisfied that your touch is working well and you can cope with the extra difficulty you've given yourself, then it's probably the more desirable option. And also, people forget that croquet at both AC and GC, you're passing messages to your opponent by what you're choosing to do.
Okay.
And yeah, right. So we're now seeing James conduct an accurate 3-ball break. He's about to approach hoop 4, and we'll very shortly see what his intentions are. One of his great merits is that he's a quick player, and whereas Reg is a little more deliberate, but their matches don't tend to take a huge amount of time. And there's blue smashed through. James explains he likes to do that occasionally just to loosen the shoulders and avoid getting tense. And now he's got a little rush into court.
You mentioned James being a very fast player, and to me one of the changes between James now and James 10 years ago is he's 10% slower. And he just takes that extra 2 seconds before the important shots.
Yep.
And it just cuts the silly errors out a little bit, doesn't it? While still being a beautifully elegant, smooth player to watch.
Yeah, he's just, he's got very good rhythm, and really how fast you play should just be an expression of your own personal rhythm. And to tell a quick player to slow down, maybe not to do them a favour at all if they take any notice of you. And to tell a fast player, so a slow player, to speed up, they often find very uncomfortable because it's taking them out of their accustomed rhythm. There's no doubt, though, from the point of view of spectating, seeing someone like James in action is far more appealing than seeing someone who's taking what seems like a minute to think about every stroke.
And to be fair to Reg, who's on the opposite end, his sextuples this week have been closer to 35-minute sextuples compared to the 68-minute sextuple he had in the Opens final at Surbiton. So the fact that he's able to play a little bit faster has been a big plus.
The conditions will be a large part of that.
Yeah.
But yes, that's quite a long time. Right. Safely through 6, rushing to the north boundary.
Again, going back to that Rove appeal in the last game, one of the things I mentioned earlier was how good a stop shot James has got. Very high ratio. And I remember trying to coach Joe Hogan when he came back to the game a few years ago about the modern method of Irish peeling rover.
Yep.
And Joe had an even higher ratio stop shot than James. And he couldn't get the hang of it at all. So actually, you do need to play to your own strengths. And if you've got this monster stop shot, well, the old-fashioned method still works, doesn't it?
Just occasionally it can get you into a spot of trouble, but in his case also, if you've got a high stop shot ratio, it means that it's slightly more difficult, to do controlled rolls, and we were actually discussing this, watching him do it. And the modern peripherally weighted mallets tend to make it more difficult to do high ratio stop shots, but they make it easier to do very relaxed half rolls, and that's a way in which you put enough effort into the backball to make sure it gets through, having first made sure the peelee has gone well through the hoop and is not going to be hanging around in the jaws when the strugger's ball catches up with it. James is just far more comfortable prodding it through ratios, even with short shots, of almost 8 or 10 to 1. And I've seen him do far more than that with bigger shots, and it's a 3 pound 6 ounce mallet apparently, but obviously it's a very long shaft. But his ability, because he hasn't got peripheral weighting to the same extent as the more modern mallets, to get the ball to move extraordinary distances for very little movement of the striker's ball, is perhaps he's the most competent performer of extreme stop shots in the top of the game. Followed probably by Robert Fulford, who certainly has the ability to keep the ball, the striker's ball, under very tight control, even from very close to the hoop, and yet get himself enough room to get a forward rush.
No, I'd probably disagree with that. I think Rob would disagree himself. He thinks one of his weaknesses at the moment is not having a really good stop shot.
Well, he's comparing himself to what he used to do with his Brereton mallet, which was a bit much more like a conventional mallet. But having seen him, I mean, I've watched him do enough sextuples against me, in fact, to realise just how good he is at keeping very tight control around the hoop. But yes, compared to what he could do with a different mallet, that's probably true. So, as you suggested, he's going to fall back, and it'll be the defensive leave, a sort of.
Well, we still don't know how defensive yet, though. He's going to obviously leave black a rush on yellow.
Yep.
And the final shot can either be moving blue over to the west-hand side of the lawn, or it can be hitting off the boundary. And off the boundary is obviously a lot more defensive than a few yards in. So we won't really know till the last shot of the turn exactly how defensive James wants to be here.
And if he's wise, he'll make sure that he leaves himself a perfect rush.
Yeah, the indication is that because he hasn't done the three ducks, he is going to go for the full defensive on the boundary option. But as you say, at the moment his focus is giving a good rush on black.
Yeah, and in fact, the way he's just played that, he's got to cut yellow quite a bit to the north to start getting a good move. And now that presumably has to be thick takeoff to. Or he's doing something totally different.
No, he's just going to croquet this to leave black a good rush and then smash off the lawn, I think.
Yeah. Where you don't want the peg to be in play.
That's quite a long rush, isn't it?
I think for most people, yes. Quite possible to get that slightly off centre, and then you've suddenly got. But that is going
well off the lawn. And are you surprised at how far north he's put that? Is Reg going to be ever tempted at shooting at blue from B-bulk? It's his shortest shot.
It is, yeah. That does make it terribly easy as a pickup, so the answer is probably not. I would expect him to take the shot down the east boundary if he feels that he's confident that he knows what it'll do. I didn't see the opening of the earlier game, so I don't know whether he took that shot then. I thought everything was on the west boundary, wasn't it?
Yeah. So part of me agrees with you, Stephen, in that I do think Reggie's going to play the red from corner 3 at the black. And part of me also disagrees with you in that I don't think he should. I think he should play black at blue, 14 yards from B-bulk.
Red at blue.
Red at blue, 14 yards from B-bulk. It's much shorter, and this lawn is all about taking croquet.
Yeah.
But James has achieved what I said he wanted to do. Game up, break up, third turn. This is just starting to get Reg thinking about problems.
Yeah, well, in fact, Reg has gone for the other option, which is not quite as short as the red and blue, but it's taking out. He obviously isn't happy with the east boundary, which is not a surprise. There's a famous match between Bamford and Fulford 15 years ago, when on this court, when no lift shot was hit throughout the match.
But can you explain any logic behind taking this shot, which is 2.5 yards longer than red at blue?
To be honest, it's what he's comfortable with, and it's actually a much easier pickup. If you hit blue, you have the chance of making what was called the Spooner error. When you take off across the lawn and go off. I mean, I'd be astonished if he did, but at least if he hits black, he's then got full control and can expect to get going. Whereas there's always touch of risk if you have to take off the full width of the lawn, particularly when you haven't had any lawn time worth speaking of for the last hour, really. And if anything, this court is getting quicker as the day goes on. And 2.5 yards, frankly, I'm not sure it makes a huge difference.
Oh, I think it's massive. I just think it's massive. It probably changes the percentages by 4 or 5%. In the middle.
In the middle, yeah. Don't think the 2.5 yards did him too much harm. And now, as I say, he should have full control, and I would be astonished if he doesn't go round to one back and lay up in third corner. And if James misses and if Red finishes his sextuple, then he'll be absolutely back in the groove, and we'll have a very interesting rest of final.
So obviously, I think we're both agreed he is just going to make 6 hoops here. Is there any potential that he might try to pop James through hoop 1?
I would be astonished if he did. Reg is someone who is much more interested in what he can do with the balls. And anyway, at this standard, I've always found popping to be a remarkably unimpressive tactic, because there are very few players at this level who can't do all that they want, even if they're starting 2, 3, 4, 5 hoops into the break. Now that's interesting. He's not rushed to the ball at 2 or near 2 blue. He's gone straight, a very good rush. He's right in front of hoop 1. But he's given himself a bit of work just to extract the break.
And you may not have seen his break in the first game, where he hit in with all the balls on the western side of the lawn, and I was saying, well, he'll be digging the balls out gradually and he'll have enough time to dig them out by 1 back, so he can stop at 1 back. And actually he took lines of play where he deliberately left them inches off the yard line, as if he was always going to go to 4 back.
Well, I can actually give you a bit of an insight. That's not actually what happened. He said he wanted to get them out, so I asked him about it. And he just couldn't get his rushes to go exactly as he wanted them, which is why he kept on having to basically manufacture the next hoop. But say now what he's done, he's got a perfectly good rush over to black, and will then have to bring black over to blue. But he is, 1 hoop behind what would be normal development, but he's still got plenty of time.
And I presume we'll be seeing a crosswire over hoop 1, where the James's hoop 1 ball is very close to corner 1.
Well, certainly it'll be 3 or 4 yards this side of hoop 1. I think if it goes too far, then Reg is at risk of having to do a long approach to hoop 1. A thing he could easily do, but given that the approach to that hoop from the first corner flag is not completely flat, it falls off to the left as you see it from the corner flag, it would, in my view, be an unnecessary risk. James is going to shoot almost come what may.
So it's an interesting point you made. You're slightly concerned about him having to approach the hoop from too far away,
Yep.
and mentioned you might keep it within 3 yards of the hoop.
Yep.
But how far away from hoop 1 towards the corner would it have to be before you thought James might actually not play his hoop 1 ball?
I would think, knowing James, he would probably shoot come what may. If you saw how well he hit down and the speed at which he hit, James's approach to shooting is that if he gets the ball on line at his normal pace, it's not going to move off it. So he's an all or nothing shooter. He's not an approximator.
And I entirely agree with you, which is why I'm suggesting 5 yards towards the corner is actually where it should be.
Yeah. James rushes, so red rushes right in front of 2, so this now looks like being under almost complete control. He's just got to get a rush on yellow to 3 from probably 7 yards, which will hardly be a problem. But you can now see a break being built up steadily using accurate rushing, and for him also it's a very good way just to calibrate himself, get back into the habit of hitting rushes exactly where he wants them, which is a hallmark of his game. And so although he's a very fine mental competitor, the pressure of being in an Opens final is always present, and for him to break down at 2 back was obviously unexpected, both to him and the audience and his opponent. So now you're seeing someone taking great care to make sure his game is back in A1 condition, and with his precision rushing back into its proper form.
So I mentioned to the viewers earlier on Reggie's match yesterday where he completed all the peels of his sextuple before 3 back, and I think during this week you've probably been the second most successful peeler here. How do conditions compare to previous years?
These are probably the easiest sextupling conditions I've ever known.
And what makes them?
It's principally the hoops. These Hopewell hoops or Hopewell hoops have wider uprights than standard, and it's just a fact that they seem to make it very difficult to fail a hoop. I can remember playing Mark Avery, which was I think my first sextuple in singles. I hit a horrible shot at hoop 4, which deserved to fail, but it just sort of was encouraged gently by the hoop through, and I was able to continue and finish the break. If you think of Surbiton, which has much higher clay content in the soil and has different hoops, that's always been a much tougher venue. And during the World Championship in 2013, I think, the intention of George Noble, who managed the lawns there, was that no one would do a sextuple on his lawns, and he succeeded. Reg did one at, or several, I think, at Roehampton and Hurlingham, if I think we played there too, I can't remember. But he couldn't do one, and he said it just wasn't worth it. The combination of the speed of the courts, which is even faster than these ones are here, but the much greater firmness of the ground, because that's what determines how difficult a hoop is. The gape of the hoop is actually a secondary factor. It's how quickly the ball bounces back off the upright. And in these conditions where you've got silt, a very elastic soil structure, the ball can always push the hoop out of the way, and it only takes a couple of milliseconds for the ball to be on its way before the hoop upright sort of bounces back. I think James Death himself did some extraordinary, very angled flat shot, which just was a case of bullying the ball. And it worked. Whereas you try that at Surbiton or a number of other venues and the ball would just come straight back at you.
And you were fortunate enough here to play in the golf croquet test match a couple of weeks ago,
Yep.
where we played with Atkins hoops.
Yep.
And it was notable spectating that players from both sides were actually failing some of the hoops.
Absolutely.
And yet there's this, as you say, the number one criteria is how firm the ground is.
Yep.
But the Atkins were still able to get just that little bit more difficulty than the Hopewells.
True, but I think the other factor, which one must never forget, with GC, taking long hoops is absolutely standard. So you're in a sense taking riskier shots, whereas I think the longest hoop I've had to run in anger here is 4 yards. And I got it as it happened because the hoop was, accommodating. I hit a straight shot. But in GC, you were often trying your luck from further out. But as you say, the Atkins are a tougher proposition.
I wasn't particularly thinking about length. I remember the doubles final where you ran 3 45-degree hoops in one of your turns. And it's the angle that makes the Atkins more difficult, I think. The stainless steel, the ball springs away faster and makes it that little bit more difficult. The straight hoops, if you hit them more or less straight, they go through whatever. It's the angled ones that I think particularly have a big difference between this type of Hopewell and the Atkins, where it comes back, bounces back more.
Yeah, I think that the stainless steel is a more resilient material. But again, it'd be interesting to put these hoops in Surbiton and compare them to Atkins here, and I suspect you would see that then the Hopewells would actually...
Oh, entirely. It's all, number one thing is ground structure.
Anyway, just to return to the brakes, is going exactly as Reg would have hoped. He's got full control now, 4-ball brake, has not had to take any risks at all, although leaving blue on the west boundary was something which I for one didn't really expect, but he's now looking at normal precision status.
So recapping, blue on 4 back, black on hoop 1,
Yep.
yellow on hoop 1, and Reg has just run hoop 4 with the red ball. So in the next couple of hoops he'll be getting blue and black around hoop 1, preparing for his crosswire. I think we mentioned before he'll be trying to get blue deeper towards corner 1 to lengthen, black closer towards corner 1 to lengthen its shot at his balls in corner 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be leaving James a shot of something like 31, 32, 2 yards, which James will go at with his customary brio. And it's probably... James is one of the finest shots when he's on his game that I've ever seen, but we must be talking at least 3 to 1 against. And at this level, that's about as good odds as you could hope. What's nice about this, Reg has put black into a very accurate position, so he can take off to it, and even if he were a fraction long, he just tap it, and he can have a controlled approach to 6, so he gets a good rush back to the south, because placing the 2 balls around 1 back is obviously essentially, it has to be accurate. But he's shown he's not had any problems in this department at all, so the crosswire I'm sure will happen. And it'll be down to James. That's an example of the difference in pace. Reg is just taking his time, making sure he knows exactly where the yellow ball has to go, though in fact you can be pretty approximate with it, because what really matters is rushing blue into a sensible position. He's actually probably thinking where he wants to have yellow. Should it be on the far side, the western side of the hoop, so his last effort will be to finesse blue, and therefore he wants yellow reasonably close to that to get a tight rush up to corner 3. Well, he's chosen to leave yellow just to the east and a bit to the north of 1.
And that's where blue's going to be as well, isn't it, Stephen? So that's all sensible, because he's going to rush black down after 6 and send it down towards corner 1.
Yep.
And then he's going to go back to the blue, which is going to be more or less where yellow is. And it's all going to be very tidy and tight.
Yes, we have to remember it's black, which is the forward ball, and needs to be kept on the southwest side of 1.
Yeah, black the hoop 1 ball.
Sorry. The ball James desperately wants to play with and finish game 2 with a triple. But as I given the way he hit from, I don't know, 20 yards or so in the third turn, Reg won't want to leave him any 20-yarders. The one thing you've got to look out for here is to make sure there's no question of giving your opponent a hampered lift, something that Reg will be acutely aware of. But it has happened once, courtesy of James, giving Andy Myers a very, very short shot after an attempted crosswire. But Reg is clearly leaving the balls quite flat across the hoop.
And whilst that makes the wiring area smaller, it avoids any potential risk of leaving the black, the hoop 1 ball, any chance of running a hoop, doesn't it?
Indeed.
Because even at 45 degrees,
Well,
a 4-yard, 5-yard hoop might be quite attractive, mightn't it?
and also imagine the psychological harm it would do to Reg if he found that James had just cheerfully knocked off a shot that's actually slightly easier than the very extreme one he did yesterday. In the old days, a lot of people tried to jump if the balls were far enough apart. I've seen very little of that in recent years, but one reason it doesn't happen is that people tend not to leave the ball sufficiently far away from the hoop to make it a feasible option. Well, he's brought black now. That leads to...
It's quite a good place to rush that to, isn't it? Because you're
just
putting
a bit
it
further
along
away.
the wide line.
You are.
So you're more likely to get it straight into a good position. And he doesn't have to move red very far at all.
Yeah,
to
the only
get
thing
to
I'm
blue.
thinking about, he's got to obviously bring red past yellow. He mustn't touch it, and needs to be in the right position relative to blue, so he can adjust blue to complete the crosswire. Yep.
So that's about where you were recommending it. I'd have put it 2 yards further.
Okay.
Obviously,
And
2 yards is less important over 30 yards than it is over 14 or 15 yards.
Yep. In fact, he's got that. Looks to me as though it just needs a touch to get it absolutely right. Looks pretty good. And as you say, at that angle, I can't imagine even James trying to run hoop one from
No.
20 degrees to the horizontal is a good idea.
And what's Reg done? Is it over 300 sextuples, is it?
Yep.
Something like that?
Yep. He and Robert are both the masters of this particular thing by a long way. Just over 300 for Reg and just under 400 for Robert, I think.
And this is almost the prime venue for it. I don't think we've had a sextuple in a Worlds final for 17 years. And next year we have the Worlds coming back here, don't we?
We do. I'm quite sure that sextupling will be a major part of it. And that actually does give people like Reg and Robert a particular advantage, because if you look at the stats, not many people do them, and you need to be quite practiced at them. You need to be used to things that can go wrong and to be used to getting out of them again.
And I think we'll see players like Robbie Fletcher, who would normally do triples instead, switch to sextuples for that tournament.
But whether he'll, you see, I'm not sure where he's most able to do his practice at home in Australia, and if it's a very different surface to this one, I just wonder whether he'll really be able to get himself up to that standard of consistency.
I remember talking to him in America at Mission Hills in 2017. I said, on a good lawn, what do you think your percentage finishing is? And he said it was 90%, which I was quite impressed by.
So again, we're talking about pace of play, and for perfectly good reasons. Reg is now checking whether there's a wire. The one thing he would never ever wish to do is to leave an accidental wire.
And the other thing you don't want to do is leave a full ball of one ball and half a ball of another.
Indeed.
Is there any particular match you remember that might have happened, Stephen?
Yeah. One of my happiest days in croquet, I think. Yeah, I don't think you can see anything of red at all. He's obviously confident that black can go past the left-hand side of the peg, the western side, and hit yellow. And blue is, I think, probably open to both. Well, that's a typical Bamford precision crosswire. What do you reckon the distance is? Right, 28, 30 yards?
Well, it's 38 corner to corner, I think, isn't it? So it must be about 34
That's,
with black. We're assuming that James is going to play the black because that's his hoop 1 ball.
Yep.
Obviously blue is 4 yards closer, but I don't think that's going to matter. And I've had a look down this line, black and yellow, and it is only just open. He can probably miss by a ball and a half on the right.
Right.
Before he hits the peg. There we go. Thanks to Martin for a bit of camera work. Once James moves, we might see the line, or we might not see anything at all. So if he misses by a ball and a half on the right, he could easily hit the peg and fly off somewhere else. But this is black at yellow.
Yep.
Pretty long shot. Missed the peg by nothing, missed by a ball on the right.
That was a superb attempt and a very good illustration of why he's such a good shot. He hits with such clear acceleration. It's a good coaching mantra, is accelerate to keep it straight. And he accelerates through impact probably more than anyone else I know. And that must have missed by, I don't know, less than a centimetre on the right. So James retires and Reg now advances, and interesting to see whether this is one of his super accelerated sextuples or whether he'll take it gently. He expects to peel through 2 back before making hoop 4 almost all the time now. For most of us who try them, that's unusually good going.
So the first thing is digging black out into the lawn, closer to hoop 3, and holding for a good rush on red in front of 1 back. And if that goes well, he'll try a big roll to peel 1 back going to blue. If it doesn't, he'll just take off, leaving it in front of the 1 back hoop.
Yeah, the standard time to peel 1 back is immediately after hoop 2. As he demonstrated yesterday in game 2 against Harry Fisher, if you can get away to an early peel, it makes everything much easier. I'd be really impressed if he could repeat the feat of finishing a sextuple before 3 back, which is the conventional time to finish a standard triple. That looks quite a good start to me.
It's perfect, isn't it, Stephen? It's just to the east side, but almost straight, and allows him to go past the hoop down to the blue ball.
Yes, the only thing, and in fact, luckily it's so easy to rush accurately if you are rushing well. Of course, you might end up having no ball near 2 at all if this goes cleanly. So we might see him then actually, depending whether he prefers to. Yes, he'll just rush blue straight to hoop 2 if he can get red far enough down to attempt the peel straight after making hoop 1. But that will be jam on it. This is already looking pretty good.
And again, another difference with the Atkins, you've got the potential for red to hit the wire, bounce off with the Atkins and go and hit the yellow a second time.
Yep.
Whereas these hoops are so soggy, that red's probably just going to float around the hoop or go through. That hit the middle of the right-hand wire as he looked at it and still went through.
Yeah, and he's got a perfect pioneer at 2, so worked out well. But as you say, if that had been an Atkins, it might have been a different outcome.
Yeah, no chance of going through with Atkins there. And the Peely will be left at hoop 2 as the hoop 2 pioneer, and after he's made hoop 1 and hoop 2, he'll be leaving blue down here near 2 back,
Yep.
and rushing red down back in front of 2 back to be able to peel it before hoop 3, and off to one of these really fast starts that you mentioned.
Yep. Yeah, it's,
Is there any benefit of going up to black here?
only if you think you need to improve its position. He's got perfect control.
Yeah, looks good to me, I think.
Well, he's just leaving blue in a good escape position and may do nothing more subtle than just take off up to red.
But isn't it strange that he's left it so far south when you could leave it 3 yards further north and allow yourself to do a straight stop shot peel?
Yep.
Leaving blue there is almost saying I might play a roll.
And I think when he did his super accelerated one yesterday, he actually did a few peels from about 4 yards, which might not be so easy on this court, to be fair.
Very thin takeoff there. Blue just shook. Perfect control on the yellow ball though. Should get a lovely rush back south after making hoop 2 on the Peely.
Yep. I do agree. He's given himself a more precise target for his rush, given blue's proximity to the hoop than perhaps need have been the case. And frankly, even jawsing it at this state gives you a huge advantage.
And that red just moved a little bit further to the side of the hoop. So he's got a genuine cut rush here, hasn't he?
He has, and that's what he was saying, is certainly in game 1 he felt he wasn't quite at his best. So this will be a very good test of whether he's got back to his normal accurate slot.
Well, it's a bit short.
It is. It's not going to get all the way there at all. And that's
You'd be a lot happy with that blue 2 yards further north,
yeah,
wouldn't you?
Quite. Because if you're going to rifle it through with a stop shot, you're going to be rushing blue away from the hoop, and then obviously it's not particularly difficult. You've got to make sure you've got an easy takeoff back to black. But even so, 25-yard takeoffs, not really what you prefer to do. Here the only real failure would be if, for some reason, red misses the hoop completely. He's going to play some sort of roll here, and then you've got an awful lot of digging to do to get it back.
I just know that my roll peels are much less accurate than my stop shot and my drives.
Absolutely. No, that's...
One of the things I think Reg is clearly the best at so he played it as a half roll, and he's jawsed it beautifully, and the back ball's fine, and this is all good. He's going to have to roll red over behind 3 back.
Yeah.
And I suppose the other thing to mention is he probably does need a rush out hoop 3 now as well, doesn't he?
He does, yes. I mean, and this is why leaving yourself with, you're going to be hitting blue either not very far or definitely to the south. And then you're going to need a ball. I mean, frankly, he might be as well to leave blue there in what is a fairly conventional hoop 4 pioneer position when you're hoping to do the peel actually immediately beforehand. Here he can just rush it through, which is trivial. But yes,
So he's playing to play a stop shot, sending red eventually over to 3-back.
Yes.
And that's why he's decided to leave blue quite close here. So he gets a nice dolly rush,
exactly,
rather than rolling over and being less accurate on the rush.
Well, he's actually sent that quite a decent distance. He's meaning that the distance blue will have to travel in the rush to hoop 4 isn't all that great, but that's a yard or two further than I would personally have done it. But that suits my particular stop shot ratio or drive ratio. But now, say we've now got, well, actually more than that, it's 26, 27 yards of takeoff.
You've just got to give yourself enough margin that even if you get a yard of hill, you take the hoop out of play.
What I can tell you is there is a yard of hill at least.
It's a tight line. No, it's okay. It's perfect, isn't it? That almost went right to left. I thought it went left to right.
No, it goes right to left.
Ah, so there's never any danger of the hoop being in play.
No, but what I saw yesterday, in fact, playing on this court, a ball moved by 4 yards, admittedly coming up from...
Really?
Oh yes, I was trying to... I was rushing from near hoop 4 and the ball just moved off firmly to the west.
Because when you're up level with the hoop, it goes left to right, doesn't it?
I know, but there's a bigger, earlier slope, as you come up to it. But yes, at the hoop, you've got... Now this actually, he's got this in a really great position. Well, okay, he's so tight to the hoop that he'll be hoping to drop this on a spot just to the east and north of black.
And that type of shot, from fairly close to a hoop, I think is one of the things that players should be practicing.
Yeah.
Just moving your ball 6 inches and the other ball well past. He has got hampered here though, Stephen. I don't think he can get power in this shot. You'll have to prod it forward. Well, it's good enough to get to red though, isn't it?
It is. And what he will be thinking very much of doing is, I think he'll leave this if he can to the east of 5, because he can hope to complete the peel on red, put it in front of 3-back, rush blue across, and then peel. He can put blue at 6 accurately. So this could be another very early sextuple.
So yes, by leaving black there, it will allow him 2 options, won't
Well,
it?
yes, you can hope to peel 3-back either before 5 or before 6.
I was thinking it would allow him to peel 3-back either immediately after hoop 4,
That's before
or
5.
immediately before hoop 5. So he could hit red first after the hoop and peel it, or he could roquet blue first, sending it down to corner 4,
and send it up
send
into
it up
the
6,
escape
and
position.
then peel going to the black ball. So 2 options. If he gets this in front, he'll hit red immediately after hoop 4.
It's just
Which
gone a fraction too far.
I think that's good enough. That's good enough from there, Stephen, isn't it? It's, with ice, if you've got it. So 2 options. You can either croquet blue deep, roquet it towards corner 4, send it to hoop 6, go to red, tidy red up, nice straight peel, going to black. I think that's what he'll do, because he's rushed a bit far away from 4.
I think red is just, yes, I mean, I think also red is just a bit of an angle. I know you think he probably could do it, but he'd like to peel it cleanly.
He would like to, yeah. Distance is very handy on the 3-back peel, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Thank you for the thought.
It looks like he's playing his hard hoop shot here, but surely you want to finish short of blue. No, he's playing gently. He's still overhit it. That's not a rush. So that means his hoop 6 pounder is going to be close to the peg now, and that means he can't look to peel 4. Oh, sorry. So yeah, not having got a rush here, Reg won't be able to send this all the way to hoop 6, I don't think, unless he can play a really good stop shot, and that might mean he can't peel red through 4 back before 6. And I think he'd like one of these, all the peels before 3 back again. He was quite chuffed yesterday.
Yes, they're not common.
No.
Part of croquet legend was that Paul Hands, a great player of 50 years ago, produced a sensation when he did exactly that. When sextuples were as rare as hen's teeth, and for someone to complete all the peels before 3 back was considered as near to miraculous as you could imagine.
I think Paul also had a quadruple peel and a TPO in the same turn.
Yes.
So he was really one of the forerunners in peeling in the 70s.
I mean, he's probably a James Death equivalent. Mercurial, capable of the most astonishing feats.
It's a much straighter peel now.
Yeah.
You almost don't want to peel this to 4 back. You'd almost rather peel it by 8 yards, wouldn't you?
Yeah, then you keep on the right side of blue.
Yeah.
And you can do it, and he can hope to, if he gets in the right position, to do it as a takeoff peel going to the 1 back pioneer. I think what this is really doing, he's just showing that he's dropped back into his usual groove, and he's done that very gently. And what's so impressive is he's dropped perfectly onto black.
I think both balls are just great there. That's a good position for red. Lovely rush to hoop 5. You almost get to a stage watching Reg do his sextuples that you think your best chance is he forgets what hoop he's on and he rushes to hoop 6 when he's hoop 5 or something.
That has been known. One of the nicer stories in croquet is, I think, the 2004 sextuple Reg did against a still current player called Phil Cordingley in front of a big audience. They were so rare then, people would, come and watch. And he was playing very well, but he made one slight error, having done the 4 back peel before 2 back. He rushed to 2 back, made it, and then rushed straight back to 4 back and continued, and didn't bother with 3 back. And Hurlingham member, who is now no longer with us, said rather loudly, "Hasn't he missed out a hoop?" and was promptly shushed by everyone because, of course, AC is meant to be strictly between the players. But he said it again and was told, for goodness sake, shut up. And Phil Cordingley actually heard all this, but being a man of great propriety, realised that he hadn't actually noticed himself. So he said nothing, and Reg finally finished the sextuple, what appeared to be a sextuple, and the crowd just knew somehow what the right reaction was. Normally in those days there'd be a huge burst of applause for finishing a sextuple. On this occasion there was dead silence, and Reg looked absolutely astonished. And then suddenly a gale of laughter enveloped everyone as Phil came running onto the court, shook his hand, saying, "Well done, and you plonker, next time you should run 3 back as part of the break." Reg then said, "Oh God," but it was sportsmanship and brilliance. I don't think he's, and I've once played with him in doubles when he peeled through 2 back and rushed firmly to hoop 5, and then realised that actually he was meant to be for 4. And I think.
And again, going back to one you mentioned earlier, you mentioned he could set up for the takeoff peel to 1 back, which is what 20, 30 years ago would have been the standard play, and nowadays these modern players, the pioneer is at the peelie's hoop, isn't it? So he's going to try and peel through 4 back after hoop 6 and then rush the black ball 15 yards over to 1 back,
or even slightly less. Yes, I mean black's in a pretty reasonable position for that. No, one of the best reasons for doing sextuples, at least in practice, is it just develops your ability to rush as they become fundamental strokes. And pioneers, which are distant from their hoops, become perfectly normal states of affairs. I think I'd personally prefer black to be a fraction close, but it may have been caught by that hill. He may have intended it to be a little bit closer.
Yeah.
It's just swung away a bit. But I would say the Bamford rushing is now back to its normal level of performance.
So here's an interesting question. Is he going to put out a two-back pioneer or not? Or is he going to leave it up near the northern part of the lawn, shall we say?
I think he could easily do it because he regards them as easier than the rush to two back is easier than the rush to three back. And I think if he'd got black into a better position, he might well have said, no, I'll just send blue down to two back. But I think you may be right that he may feel that a bit of insurance would be needed. We'll see. And he hits this to the third corner, which he has done. No, I think that's quite tight. He almost hit the hoop.
He's still got options from there, hasn't he? He could still play either line.
He could, but I think he can make sense to me. He actually gone that far away from red, so he can stop blue all the way down to two back. If he suddenly keeps it close, that will be. Himself a conventional pioneer at two back, and he will be stopping short of red.
Okay.
Well, that could have been done with an extra couple of
Don't worry
yards.
about it.
I'm not surprised the Reg is just a fraction concerned. He's put his eggs into one particular basket here, and that blue is not as close to two back as he'd like. Now, obviously, if he gets a good rush on it, it's trivial, but he wouldn't want to be approaching from there. But frankly, he can now put all his focus on getting a good rush on black, and jawsing is more than enough to make this break almost unlosable.
I was thinking how much easier it would be if red actually went through by 2 feet, and after the hoop, sending black to three back, you could rush red to blue.
Yeah, he's got to make one back first, and
dear. I think that adds a few extra little difficulties.
Definitely, because I mean, what was black's not only wide, it's also a bit south of where it really should be. So he's now got to play a pretty good cut rush. More than capable of doing it, but as they were in game one, he's hitting things on the wrong side from time to time, which is unlike him.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to do that now.
It's a good shot.
Yep, that looks pretty impressive. As they say, he wouldn't want it back. And now, do you think he'll rush down to blue and just tidy everything up?
No, I don't. I think that's what I might do, Stephen. But I think red will go back to the peelie and peel it through and roll it to Penult and not worry about the pegs a little bit in play, and he's a long way away from two back, and all these thoughts that would go through my mind as worrying about breaking down, I don't think are even going to cross his mind.
And we'll see. think we're going to have there's an amount of caution displayed here.
Ooh. I was going to say you're right. I'm still not sure you're right, Stephen. I still think he might go to this red.
But I think that I'd be much happier at getting a rush on blue from here than from somewhere north of 4-back.
Absolutely.
And he's so far ahead. He doesn't need.
He doesn't need it. No. But he's going there. I don't think he's even thought about the line that we want to play.
Well, good luck to him.
My question is he going to take off from red, having peeled it, or
Yeah,
roll it to Penult? I think if you want to roll it to Penult, you want to rush peel this all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, but then you're
Longer further away from blue.
and you're doing a pass roll, just to add to the fun. And there's, frankly, if you want to finish this break tidily, you peel that gently, take off, and you need to get far enough actually north to give us a bit of room on that blue, because it is so close. The blue peg and the hoop are in such a straight line. It's not going to be trivial to get a good rush, especially when if you're playing a takeoff, you're obviously doing it at dead weight, and you're giving slopes ample opportunity to make themselves a nuisance. He's holding them out as if he's going to do a pass roll, but this is getting to almost hubristic levels, no matter how good you are.
Do you think he's thinking, if I can rush this to the boundary, I can peel it through Penult straight away and I can still get all the peels before 3-back?
No, I do not believe, not even. Reg may be keen to push boundaries, but he's not the sort of person who takes stupid risks. Imagine that, and you nick the eastern wire and go firmly off the west boundary. Someone who takes this amount of time to think his way around the court tends not to do really crazy things. His last action was to suggest it would only go through by about a yard.
So he's playing the takeoff now, isn't he?
Yeah. And assuming that all goes well, he's got ample time to organise the balls.
And again, that first break in the first game, where I was saying he wasn't playing basic croquet strokes to move balls a few feet in. He kept playing takeoff. So I think this is in line with his previous play in the match, that he has a clear preference for playing a basic takeoff.
Looks pretty good. So he's acquired himself probably a 2.5 yard rush, more or less straight at 2-back. She's hit pretty well.
And it's important, isn't it? Because yesterday he got himself in all sorts of trouble because he didn't get a rush out of 2-back.
Yep.
And he ended up leaving this blue ball on the south boundary, and it caused him all sorts of trouble.
Didn't he actually run through the hoop and hit it?
He did, and then refused to play the roll to a ball in 4-back and took off. Ended up making 4-back off the peelee that was for Penult.
Yep.
But he still coped. Well, he doesn't like 2-back on this lawn, does he? That's the second time that his approach hasn't been perfect.
I'd say it won't matter, but he's quite angled.
Well, you say it won't matter. Do you not think he might run into blue here?
I think it's just far enough. I mean, it's always possible in coming out of these hoops. It depends which upright the ball last hits and by how much.
Oh, that was good. I thought he was going to smash at that one.
Yeah. So he's now back in position to rush this north, send it between Penult and four-back, and get red into decent position for peeling, hopefully before four-back. Again, I don't think it's his style to go for death rolls, and indeed he's now put blue to where he's got to do a little bit of a short pass roll. He wants to keep that within probably 4 yards of Penult and roughly level with it, and get behind red.
Yeah, really getting behind red is the priority, isn't there? There's a large area blue could finish in that he'd be happy with.
Yeah. In fact, in front of the hoop wouldn't be a disaster, providing it was far enough south, but let's see. Yeah, there's the pass roll. And in fact, he's gone way past it. It's quite an impressive ratio. So now he'll be rushing it as close to dead in front of Penult as he can manage.
And he won't be able to resist peeling it.
I'm sure he will resist peeling it.
Ooh.
This particular one is well known for causing trouble. But he's playing so well he might dismiss the possibility of failure.
Oh, we should find out.
We will.
I don't think he's going to be able to turn that down, Stephen.
Yeah, I think it's in just the wrong line, actually. It's just got a fraction west. So,
who's
we'll
right? See. Oh, it's the peel. It's the peel. He couldn't refuse it. He's still thinking, if I get this through Penult, it might go through Rover, and I've still done it again.
Bamford the showman. Not really his.
Ah, well, 5 peels before 3 back today, not 6.
Barring unlikely accidents, that's cost him nothing at all, because he's just 3 yards or so, perhaps 4 yards north of black.
You hardly ever see a player miss a 3 or 4 yarder nowadays, do you? It's just
hardly ever.
So, well, I mean, it's so different from 30 years ago.
Yeah, the perfectly weighted mallets make a huge difference. I always think that the 3 things which I've seen in my career, the first 15 years was the old-fashioned croquet, almost, well, entirely AC really, with wooden mallets, and a 7-yard croquet was regarded as a good shot, and people missed them. You know, it wasn't really thought as particularly special. The next 15 years, from 1990, when Ewan, Fulford and Soren and others and David Warm appeared, and we had much more watering of the courts. So suddenly aggressive croquet paid off far better, and the young players really enjoyed doing it. And now you've had the rise of golf croquet and mallets, which make it easy for a much wider range of players to hit really well with. Want to do now is to get red a little way away from the hoop so he can focus on positioning it very accurately a Rover, which I'm sure he'll get it within a couple of feet at most. And by doing it now, if need be, he could always go back to it after making 4-back.
Yeah, I would always like to have left black sort of almost level with Penult rather than north of, just in case I do have to go back to it.
Yeah, no, I rather agree. It's a tiny bit of extra insurance. So he'll Red is for over. He's yet to make 4-back. So yellow is still for 4-back. Well, that's actually quite... It's not hardly a disaster. That must be at most 2 yards north. I wonder if he'll be content with that.
If it was me, I'd want to go back and tidy that up and improve it to 2 foot in front.
Absolutely, no, I would too. And because in reality, the takeoff back to black is not an issue. His touch has been so good, especially demonstrated with that takeoff down from behind 4-back, which had plenty of potential to go wrong, but I think that's exactly what we're going to see.
And again, looking at the other code of the game, golf croquet, it's positional play that is again one of Reg's strengths.
Absolutely.
And it transfers through to AC and it helps GC.
Yeah.
So playing both codes again, really helpful.
Having watched him play in 2 finals in the last month, his positional play was superb and the strongest part of his game. He was dropping balls on exactly the right spot almost all the time. Yes, excellent B-class tactics, I once heard it described, but actually there's nothing wrong with a little rush into position. This is called making doubly sure. The one drawback to these shots is you've got both the peg and the hoop as potential hazards, and you want to know which way the ball might swing if there's a bit of hill.
It is certainly an advantage of the more experienced players that they'll have played 50 or 60 games on this lawn,
Yeah.
whereas others might be down to 20. And just knowing exactly which way everything's going to go. I'm pretty sure we'll see Reg play the Irish peel at Rover,
Yes.
which
yes.
wasn't James's option.
No, Reg has no problem. I mean, Reg's other technique, though, which he's very fond of course, is to stab it through and then do a fairly spectacular jump. And if he sends a very deep ball, that perhaps will be what he'll have in mind. But you're right, I think he now is perfectly happy with Irish peeling. Yep, this is all looking very tidy. So this ball goes to the boundary. He may be thinking of a jump, or he'll have the jump in his back pocket. If it's a more moderate ball, perhaps 5 yards south of the hoop, then more likely to be an Irish peel. And given how close Red is, that's certainly the option I think most people would take.
And when I'm coaching people from here, I'm always telling them Red's in such a good position, you're guaranteed to be Irish peeling.
Yeah.
So you don't need a deep ball. You can either play 2 side balls or 1 side ball and 1 short straight ball.
Yeah.
Whereas if Red was 2 yards away, then you might want a deep ball as a backup.
Yeah.
So again, it's the last 10-15 years that these have changed. People always used to have a deep ball irrespective of where they were peeling from.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's not really necessary.
And also what it does is slightly shorten the length of rush you've got back to the peg. If you're doing it from the south boundary, things can occasionally go wrong. So
And just try and explain to people who haven't done much peeling what he's lining up here, Stephen.
the important thing is to have the forward ball, the peelee, miss the near upright by literally a micron or two. So you don't want to hit the near upright first. So that's, and I do it for ordinary angled hoop strokes too. There you are, that's actually quite a sort of stoppy shot, but no problem from that range. And now he can just use blue, give himself a chance to get a good rush on black, rush that south of red, and a nice tight rush to the peg, or to near to the peg. But lining up peels, the one mistake you can make if it's an angled peel is to have the peelee hit the near upright, because then that will almost certainly stop it stone dead, and you might well run into it and be sent off to the side, and that's end of break, which is most unfortunate.
So in order to avoid that happening, you're lining up the edges
Yep.
of both of the balls,
Yep.
so they just miss the inside of the near wire.
Certainly if what you intend to play is a straight croquet stroke. If you're doing an Irish peel, that will always be the case. Sometimes, however, if you're a little bit further back and you may feel you need a half jump to finish it, you'll actually be very keen to aim the two edges not at the inside of the upright, but perhaps half an upright width away to allow for pull, and then you'll actually play a very slight split, and that'll be sufficient normally to get the peelee firmly into the jaws, and you'll be fairly straight and can then do a half jump. But what Reg was doing was, completely straightforward, very narrow angle. He just wanted to make sure that the ball would slip through the hoop without touching the near wire.
So, game 2 about to end. We had a third turn break from James,
Yep.
a fourth turn hit and ball to one back from Reg, a long 30-yarder miss from James, and a sextuple from Reg, sixth turn. Doesn't get a lot better than that.
No, it just takes quite a long time, once or twice.
So we might find the players have lunch
Yep.
at game all.
At 1 o'clock, I reckon so.
And then we effectively have a best of 3 this afternoon.
Yep. When the court, if anything, may be certainly a little faster, certainly for the first 2 hours.
Very good.
Well done.
Yeah, the players have confirmed they're having lunch, so we'll be back in about half an hour, that sort of time. So yeah, see you later.
Well, I hope we're now back on air. Game 3. Reg opened to the east boundary. James went into corner 2. Reg missed on the east boundary, but so did James. So Reg promptly went round and laid a 1-back leave. James shot from the east of hoop 1, but missed the ball in corner 3 to the left. And now Reg is starting off a less accelerated, more standard sextuple, with a peel through 1-back from very short range, having just made hoop 2. The object of this shot is to play a firm stop shot which will drive black through the hoop and as close to 2-back, hoop 8, as he can, while blue goes south of yellow, the escape ball. That's been achieved pretty well. Black is some 6 yards or so north of 2-back, but dead in line. And now he's got a straightforward rush up to the north boundary. And from there, yellow will be sent down as close as he can manage to 2-back, hoop 8, to provide an escape ball which he can rush to hoop 4. So he's got red close to hoop 3, but this shot is one of the more demanding shots in the break. You've got to get both balls pretty well right. So a square split stop, really. Played with Reg's customary lack of apparent effort, but the ball is still going a very decent distance. That's a very good blue. He's a little short of perfect on yellow, and I think he actually showed some reaction to that, because he'll have to be peeling through 2-back from rather further away than he would like if he's to hold a rush on yellow to hoop 4. But he's got full control at hoop 3, he's rushed into very close position. He's obviously just come a bit off the straight line, and because he's trying to run this to a particular spot, he knows he'll have to take a fraction of wire, and that means he'll have to hit just a touch harder than he would otherwise have liked. But that seems to have worked out fine, and now he can rush red 5 or 6 yards north of black, so that red can be sent down roughly level with 2-back or hoop 8 and 4 or 5 yards to the side to be the pioneer for hoop 5. And he, of course, will be keen to get a really accurate rush on black, so he can rush it south and hope to do the 2-back peel, the hoop 8 peel, before he has to rush yellow to hoop 4. If he does that, he'll greatly increase his chances of completing yet another sextuple. He's currently on 4 consecutive, if you ignore the fact he didn't attempt one in the first game of this match. So there goes red into very standard position, very easy to get a rush to hoop 5 on that. And that very gentle rush on black means he's going to have a go at the peel from probably 4 yards at least, and yet do it with a stop shot so he can hold a rush on yellow to hoop 4.
A long peel.
It's a long peel, but it's it doesn't come with any particular cost unless he were to hit very hard, which I'm sure he won't, and the ball were to miss the hoop completely. Providing it hits the hoop, he'll be in reasonable shape. That's a dead straight peel, and it's gone straight through. Great shot. So now he's got a slightly cut rush to make to get to hoop 4. This hopefully will go no more than 2 yards due north of the hoop to give him a very straightforward approach. Now that he's actually hit rather hard and far too far away from the hoop. What happened there, he was trying to cut it and he didn't get the cut. So the extra energy he had to put into blue to make yellow move to where he wanted, despite being hit at an angle, has been translated into the ball going. It was hit almost centre ball, and now he's got a much longer hoop approach than he would normally like. But in these conditions, I'd be surprised if he couldn't get pretty well bang in front. And he's just held back by about 4 feet, pushed yellow all the way to the boundary, less a couple of yards, and now he can afford to give this a big swing and crash through the hoop and continue the break. Yes, that hoop got given a pretty healthy thump, you could hear it from here, but he's given himself a very useful rush where he can go to the north and west of black. I'll almost certainly try and cut it, and then he needs to send yellow up to hoop 6. He's doing it this way. He's not going to do more than just a split, so expect yellow to be something like 2 yards south and a bit east of hoop 6. While blue comes across and I would imagine would be happy to stop quite close to black. He's not particularly bothered whether he's one side or the other of it, and that's put yellow into ideal position. So he'll be peeling 3 back before making hoop 6. So now the important emphasis is to get black as due south of 3 back as he can, and probably no more than a couple of yards south. He'd be happier if it was only 4 feet south, but equally it's really important to be more or less straight on the hoop. And at the same time, blue will cruise up and get a short rush on red to hoop 5. He's just given that a fraction more than was desirable. That's probably 2 yards south and east of 3 back, so he'll have to do some repair work there. But he's got a very good rush on red. Should be able to get full control after he's approached and then run this hoop. And here the need is to get to the north of red so he can rush it quite close to the 4th corner and then send it up towards 1 back while holding a rush on black. Now that's gone a little flat. He's not as far north as I thought he might try to be, so he now needs a bit of a cut to get this ball at least onto the east boundary and preferably a little bit south of black. And that is level with black. It won't be a huge problem, but he probably can't get the red ball all the way to 1 back. he'll settle for it being somewhere north and west of the peg, and what he needs to do is to make sure that blue travels south of black and gives him a short rush to the hoop. Fortunately, Reg took enough time, so one of Hurlingham's many helicopter passages above didn't do too much harm. He's not really hit that red very hard, and it indicates that he was a bit short of space. But it doesn't really matter, because he'll be able to get a rush on that red over to one back in due course after he's made hoop 6. But now he's got to do a gentle cut rush on black to get it south and a bit closer to the hoop. That should be fine, but I think we'll now see him take quite a bit of care over the lineup. I suspect that black is just a little bit to the west of the hoop 3, hoop 4 line, and that makes the peel a little bit trickier. This will be a full roll, hoping to send black as far up to 4 back as he can manage, while his ball goes to yellow. In fact, he was content to make it almost a pass roll with the peelee just travelling up to red, which at least makes it easier to get a good rush on red in due course. So now what we can expect to see is that he'll make this hoop with perfect control, rush yellow a little south of black and red, and then send it up to the west of 4 back to act as an escape ball and the pioneer for 2 back. Well, he's decided to get himself room by basically going both east and south of black and red. And this is a fairly crucial shot, because you need to put yellow in a position where it can rush comfortably down to 2 back without the peg in the way. So really you need to be at least 2 yards and preferably 3 yards west of 4 back. Roughly level, but a yard either way won't make a lot of difference. Now that's just a fraction south of what he would have wanted. I'd have thought he'll have to do a peel from rather further afield than he would have planned for. Now he's just sizing up where he wants to rush black to so he can send it up into peeling position while holding a rush on red to 2 back. These shots depend on knowing really well how good your natural stop shot or drive ratio is. And you just rush to where you give yourself the right amount of room to have a comfortable croquet stroke to follow. Well, it's black is all right, but that blue is definitely a little further south than he would have wanted. Can't see it making much difference. He can cut that to certainly 6 yards north of two back, and then he'll have a very comfortable roll down to the hoop. I beg your pardon, wrong hoop. He's of course going, that's a bit of drama. He's unfortunately rushed into hoop 6. And all will depend on exactly what sort of freedom he's got to hit. Now, if red comes off that upright, it's still not going to be that easy. He's got to play an extremely well-weighted roll stroke. Plays the pass roll. It's a good effort, but that is definitely an angled hoop. From the way he's sizing it up, it can't be that much of a challenge. He's gone straight into his stance. And he gets through, well done. But of course he's now got a rush pointing in the wrong direction, and so he's going to have to roll over to 4 back. And what he should be doing here is accepting the possibility that he won't be able to get the peel done immediately. So that means he needs to have the 3 back pioneer up by 4 back. And frankly, a lot of people who do sextuples do that anyway, because you can't be always certain you'll get the 4 back peel before 2 back, and then you need to have the 3 back pioneer up by 4 back to give yourself a second chance. And even if you do get it the first time, no great harm is done, because then you can afford to roquet partner after it's made 4 back and stop shot it across to penultimate while you rush down the court to 3 back, now hoping to be able to peel through penult before you make 4 back. So red just now made contact, gentle roquet on red. He's playing a pretty full roll now and will hope to get onto black. Ideally, he'd probably want to rush it slightly south, so then he could have a go at the peel immediately while holding a rush on yellow towards 2 back. And the other problem with yellow, of course, is that it's on pretty close to the line between the peg and 2 back. So I imagine he would rush it quite a bit to the north and be content with a 4 or 5 yard roll down to make the hoop. So here we go. What's red going to do? That's not terribly helpful, to be honest. He will be now hoping more than ever to make sure to get the peel done now. Not impossible to do it later, but he's not going to have as comfortable a position getting a short rush down to 3 back, given where red's finished up. Well, that gives him a pretty good opportunity to at least jaws black. He'd be happy with that. Just checking out where he can come to rest after the peel has been done. Another careful check of the alignment. He's got a compromise to make between how hard he can afford to hit the peel, the harder, the more likely it is to go through, and how straight the rush he will have down to 2-back. And he obviously felt, and that's unfortunate, that black has actually bounced off the outside of the eastern wire. It's not a disaster, but it just adds a little difficulty to the whole process. And it's now really important that he gets control at 2-back and has a rush back up the court after making it. But his immediate challenge is to make sure that he does make 2-back, because he's now got a cut rush on yellow, which he has to get down. I would say he'll be heading for 4 yards north of the hoop. That is a very tight line indeed. I wonder if that's really what he had in mind. It's going to work out extremely well. He's no more than 3 yards at most, 2.5 yards, north and slightly east. And now a lot depends on being able to get a good rush back up towards 4-back. Right, well, that yellow is quite close to the boundary. Interesting to see how good a rush back up the court he gets, as I'm sure he'll be coming through firmly here and reaching the boundary. And he got far too much wire, and his pose on court with hands on knees shows what he thinks of that. In fact, he's probably lucky he didn't hit it. But blue has gone scudding past the eastern side of yellow, and now we have a bit of repair work required. The rush is pointing halfway up the west boundary instead of at 4-back, and that does not help his cause. As is his wont, he is not rushing into this. He needs to cut this as much to the right as he thinks sensible, to try and get it preferably at least level with 4-back. And that was the risk. He's rushed straight into 2-back, and now is a little way south of the halfway point on the west boundary. So if this sextuple started off with less advancement than the one in game 2, it's now become a whole lot more interesting. He's still quite capable of finishing it, but he now has to work at it. It's always good to see how these great players react when things go slightly wrong. We could possibly be down to a straight triple. But I imagine what he'll do is to attempt to get blue north of black, which is quite risky, given that he's got to get to the east of 4-back, and then rush black south and then try and peel it again, now armed with the knowledge of what the lawn does, namely throw it off to the right, throw it off to the east, and then get his rush on red to hoop 3-back. Well, that's quite unexpected. He must be now thinking purely of the straight triple. But he's at least 3 yards, if not 4, short of black. Have to hit that reasonably gently so he can have a good chance of getting a decent rush on red down to 3-back. This is certainly going much less smoothly than the previous one. Well, this is all quite strange. And he's now played a very, very inadequate takeoff. He's got a rush on blue pointing roughly 7 yards north of corner 1, and yet he needs to make 3 back. So the wheels have slightly fallen off in the last few minutes. He's had all the balls except blue, and it all went wrong when he came through 2 back at the wrong angle, and now he's got to do a mammoth cut. But if there's anyone in the world of croquet over the last 30 years who is better at these very fine, very hard cuts, I don't know of him. I've seen him do some extraordinary things in his time. And that's actually a pretty good outcome. He's come down to within 3 yards of the hoop and just needs a backwards takeoff. But one has to say, it seems highly unlikely that even Reg can conjure up a completion of this sextuple. And of course he's now in the position that he has to consider the leave, because starting off at 1 back, he'll be conceding contact if he makes 4 back on this. I'm going to say his earlier ball started off on 1 back, it hadn't made it by then, so he will be giving contact to his opponent if he were to make 4 back in this turn. Now he might well choose to do that and simply take the view if he gets to peg and 4 back or peg and penult giving contact, he will trust his shooting at some stage to get him back the innings and win the game. He has very little time if he wants to make a leave, which would leave the balls basically at 4 back and 4 back, which is a pretty uncomfortable position. And he was now trying to keep his hopes alive by getting a rush on black up to 4 back, but it's so difficult when under pressure to persuade yourself to swing the mallet slowly enough. And so he's gone past black, and now he's got to think in terms of how will I finish this, how will I leave the balls, given the sextuple is definitely not going to complete now. Well, fully in character, seeing if he can peel from the modest distance of about 18 yards. And given what the lawn does, I think he'd need to aim something like about 2 yards to the east, because he obviously can't afford to hit it hard, because if he peeled it and sent it off the court, that would still be end of turn. So this is not a 50 to 1 chance, this is a 500 to 1 chance of peeling and keeping the ball on the lawn. It has to be a roll, of course, because he has to get up to yellow and red. So it's obviously going to be a roll, and what he's hoping for is he'll manage to jaws it. Well, good try, but I think it's just gone past the right-hand edge. Hard to tell from here. It's a difficult moments when your plans have been completely ended, you've now got to stay calm and stay cool and work out what's the best you can do. And clearly he'll have to continue, have to give contact, and just try and make it as difficult as possible for James Death to get a good start. And of course the risk must be that if he goes to the peg, James might take the view that the sensible thing to do was to go round to the pegger after him and peg him out. So it would be 1 and peg against 4 back and box, as we say, 4 back and a ball off the court. So it certainly made this third game much more interesting. Now that's slightly interesting. I'm sure he could have got a bit further towards Penalt if he'd wanted to, but well, I just wonder if he's trying some very last-ditch bombard attempt. He's just got through 4 back, so he's now giving contact. He's called a referee. Presumably he's somewhat hampered, but I can't tell from here whether he's aiming to hit red or black first. Well, it looks like red. Yes, he's actually rushed red north of black. I just wonder whether he's living in hopes of getting one more peel done so he'll finish on peg and penult, which is often a strong position, or even, which would be very interesting, pegging out himself, so he's for penult alone. And then that would give him a chance of, in effect, always being able to get some sort of squeeze if he were to hit in later. So he's taken great care to get a rush on black, and I imagine this is going to go about a yard south of 4 back, so he can then do a stop shot peel and use yellow, which he hasn't had yet, to rush to penult. Doesn't look as though he's greatly pleased with the outcome of that. It's gone quite a bit to the east of the hoop. but it's a reasonably free shot, so you might as well try and get it. And the real problem here is that the ground in front of 4 back is not particularly flat. And it's a certain amount of good fortune as to whether you pick the line correctly. So taking infinite pains over lining this up. And he may just have got it. Certainly gone most of the way through the hoop, and presumably he has got a rush on yellow. Yes, he has. That slightly enthusiastically, so he's going to have to play a split to come back and then start putting balls closer to the boundary so they can have a suitably defensive leave. It's a well played shot. He's more or less right in front and very close. That's interesting. He's rushed red very gently, very close to 4 back. Not entirely clear what his intention there was. One possibility, much favoured by the likes of the late Keith Wiley, if you were going to have to give up the innings, try and put the enemy balls in as inconvenient positions as possible, and obviously inner hoop is quite a good example. See, Reg has got some family support. Just come on to the Twitter feed. Come on, Dad, says his son. I think that's good advice. He is certainly not hurrying his decision making over this one. He does have something of a reputation for taking his time. In the 2009 World Championship in West Palm Beach, I think he took 15 minutes over a particular shot, where he had got himself into a difficult position in front of Rover, finally decided on the solution and played it correctly and finished the game and won the World Championship in that turn. But some of us were beginning to lose the will to live by then. Oh no, you wouldn't do that. So it's not entirely sure what happened. I'm assuming that he did peel red. He has now got himself a rush on black back to north of Penult. And here the idea would be to get one more peel done just to make it even more likely that if he ever hits in again he can finish immediately. That's a pretty good effort. That's right in front of the hoop. I'm sure Reg would like to believe that there's an outside chance of peeling this firmly through Penult and all the way through Rover at the same time. And if he did that, that would set probably a new record. As it is, finishing Rover and Peg against 1 and 1, or even Rover alone against 1 and 1, might be quite an interesting state of affairs. Well, he's got a reasonable rush on yellow. It's a bit of a cut there. Needs to get down to Rover, so he's now reached Rover with black. Black's for hoop 12, black's for Rover, but so is blue. Blue is just going to roquet yellow. And cuts it out a little way to the right, to the east of Rover. Another possibility that he might have in mind is actually going all in, as poker players say, and going back to black and trying to peel that through Rover and pegging out his other ball. So he's peg alone, which would certainly give James a certain amount of mountainside to climb. So he runs Rover hard to the boundary. His blue is now for the peg, red is for Rover. He's made 23 points out of the 26. Rushes yellow firmly up to the north boundary, about 5 yards to the east of corner 2. Not a very long way from the end of B-ball, of course, but given that he's giving contact, that's hardly relevant. We'll wait and see what he does with the red and the black. His opponent has reacted to this display of extremely thoughtful croquet over the past 20 minutes by retiring to the bar to re-equip himself with the appropriate shooting equipment. In his case, it comes in the form of a pint glass filled with something suitable.
So quite an interesting position we've got here. Historically, Reg has been pegging out partner when he's been rover and peg, which I hate because it means he doesn't get any more lifts. But he's done quite well out of it. Opponents have made mistakes.
And he is recovered from a dreadful position. So I think he's actually thinking of trying to do a further peel.
I think you might be right. I think that's absolutely bonkers. It's just leaving the ball near hoop 1, isn't it, Stephen?
Yes, you really want to peel it by approximately 1 millimetre. If you can manage that, hats off to him.
Again, I've been away at the manager's hut, but my thought...
No, that particular piece of artistry has been abandoned. He's cracked black away to near 4th corner. So the question is, as you say, whether or not he's going to take blue off the court or just disappear somewhere unhelpful.
My thought after 2-back, when he went up and ended up getting crosswired from P-Lee, was that he would just rush the P-Lee to the south boundary, croquet up to 4-back, having placed an escape ball on the north boundary and just hack through 3 back all the way off the lawn and just do an STP.
Well, what I couldn't see from where I was he was in fact cross-wired. It looked very strange when he was playing across. He played, obviously, for him, a very bad croquet stroke after 1 back or whatever.
It was well short.
Yeah.
And he had to hit the
Okay.
escape ball. So that means he's making 3 back off partner.
Yeah.
As you mentioned earlier, if you can approach the hoops from straight from the boundary, you fancy getting in front of them. You could just to play the stop shot approach to 3 back, sending it nicely to 4 back, and you're still odds on to finish with an STP, aren't you?
Well, I think in these conditions, very good chance. Very good chance.
So we were quite surprised that he opted for almost the precision method of rushing down and trying to get a rush on Peely back up. And that's a pegging himself out shot, isn't it?
It is indeed. So we're going to have Rover alone playing 1 and 1.
It should be a very interesting game. I'm a leave all 4 balls on the lawn, either force James to do a sextuple or have a lift.
Yep.
But
Well,
this could be quite a long pegged out game, or it could last about 3 minutes.
yes, I go for a bit longer than 3 minutes, even if James gets in twice. But yeah, it's
Some interesting choices straight away.
oh yes,
Because fundamentally, I say only is probably the wrong word, but if James keeps getting wired from Reg will never have a shot.
yeah. I mean, the one obvious thing that would happen immediately is for James to take contact with red from black, where it lies below hoop 4, and try a roll up, keeping black reasonably close to hoop 1, and if he gets it, or if he can crack through to the north boundary where yellow's waiting for him, he might develop a break immediately. Well, he's certainly got red in mind, but he's gone off to yellow.
I think that's the aggressive method of playing it. From here, I'm just going to roll yellow to a wired spot and leave a rush to hoop 1.
Yeah, okay.
And if I manage to do that a lot of times, I'm going to win without Reg getting another shot. And it's probably going to be really enjoyable as well.
Yes, he's clearly got an immediate wide spot, courtesy of where yellow ended up.
And just to remind the viewers, the reason why Reg might not get another shot is if James isn't responsible for black, he can lay up wired from it.
Yep.
And when he runs 1 back or 4 back, Reg doesn't get a lift because Reg has pegged his own ball out.
Quite, which is why it is such a dangerous tactic, and the 2 gentlemen are now cheerfully conversing before Reg decides what he's going to do. And it wouldn't surprise me, well, it would a little, because I think black is quite a useful ball. There could be some deeming done. But now Reg is quite rightly getting his mallet.
So the natural place to go here is either corner 3 or corner 4, isn't it?
Yes.
Corner 4 is saying, I dare you to try and make a break with my ball. And corner 3 is saying, I'm just going to let you make hoop 1 and see where we get to after that stage.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty with corner 4 is that if you can get a good rush out of hoop 1, there's a perfectly so-called forced win or forced break. You rush to 2, make it with a rush over to 3, make that with a rush down to south, rush halfway to the south boundary, about 3 yards to the west of the ball in corner 4, take off behind it. Not a trivial task here, but nonetheless perfectly doable. And you rush that ball a yard to the east of hoop 4 and stop it across to hoop 5, and there's a 3-ball break.
I was actually thinking the rush that James has left is immediately takeable to corner 4.
Yep.
So then you can play a corner 4 cannon for 1 and 2. I think he's trying to force Reg into corner 3. That's where I think he's trying to do. And Reg has been forced. Up he goes to corner 3. And here a lot of people will now play red and try and make hoop 1. And there's absolutely no need to make hoop 1. All you need to do is rush down to corner 1 and lay up wired again.
Yep.
So
you must make hoop 1 under your own terms.
Yeah.
And at this level of play, even though the court must be at its slipperiest, there's actually no completely safe position. Going back to a name before either of our eras, Patrick Cotter would say that if he was given a rush to his hoop, he could go around from anywhere, irrespective of the position of the other balls.
So James has rushed about 10 yards east to corner 1, and I say there's no need to do anything aggressive here. He's probably got a wire quite close behind Rover. Might have to move about 2 yards. Or you can just roll to corner 1 and let Reg have a shot if you wanted to. The big long one.
Yeah.
I'd be very tempted to take this wire.
Oh, look, if there's no doubt, if you want to sort of restore the psychological balance of the game, not allowing your opponent to have any shot at all has an awful lot to be said for it. And given that James is an extremely good two-ball break player, he can afford to take that view, I think. But I think you're...
That's trying to get the hoop 1 wire. I think red might be very close to being wired.
Yeah, what about yellow? Can you see from what you...
Yellow is open, I think.
Okay. And with James having a very fine stop-shot ratio, of course, a shot at either ball will lead almost certainly to a break to the peg.
Yeah. Black is open on yellow.
Right.
Just.
So one possible outcome which Reg would at least notice is hitting the peg.
Okay.
Sorry.
And one of the big questions here is that if you don't shoot here when you've got a shot, when are you going to shoot?
Yep. And given that you can't lose the game in the following turn because James has not scored yet, so back we go to corner 4. But this, of course, is what I was describing. There is nothing to stop James if he plays a succession of 7 really good shots. More than that, sorry, about 11, simply to making 1, 2 and 3 on a 2-ball break, rushing between corner 4 and hoop 4 on the south boundary, taking off behind the ball in corner 4 and extracting a 3-ball break, if you like, by force. It does demand good play on this surface though, but I would actually back him to do it. So possibly not with that.
Bad rush to 1.
Yep.
And from here you probably just try and make hoop 1 and lay up in corner 2, don't you? Hopefully wide.
Yeah, but I think if he can get a good rush here, he should go for the break. It's definitely on.
Hampered, so he's going to struggle to get the power to rush that up there.
Although it's fairly low risk because he can just roll off 2, ball red well to the east, and hope to get a rush over to 3.
Oh, he's got a clear swing.
It's a bit off the side. But the great advantage of operating at the north end of the court when your opponent's stuck in corner 4 is that you're not going to be leaving anything remotely short, and any shot will cost a break immediately. So James really is riding on the house at the moment. He can't really lose unless he sticks this ball onto the back of the hoop.
Good approach.
Yep.
And red is to the eastern side, so he should get a rush to 3. Unless he's very unlucky with the wire.
Well, also, I think it's only just to the east, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably about 18 inches, I think.
Okay, well, if he can get that, good for him.
Yeah, got the opposite wire, so he's got a long rush now.
Yes. So, another important rush. Can he drop this anywhere between the hoop and the boundary? Will do fine.
It's not bad, a bit short, but
isn't
not
it?
bad.
Yes. But this is where the opponent begins to have hope, because if you put that ball 4 or 5 yards south of 3 and don't get adequate position, then they have a much more plausible shot out of the corner. But he's definitely going for it. Hat on the ground.
Surprised he's not put red further south.
I agree.
There.
I entirely agree. But he's gone for a very close approach and he's got it. So
it's a great shot.
Yeah, he can get a bit of control here and hopefully come through.
You've
still north of red.
Yeah, you've still got to hit this really quite gently.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yep.
Lovely shot. Just asking for an umpire to check whether he rushes this into the corner. Because it makes a big difference as to whether you get a cannon or whether you just miss by half an inch.
Yes. Yeah.
So Ian Vincent going out just to check.
Would you actually go for the cannon? Or just play to the conventional position, 3 yards to the side, and you can extract a 3-ball break very easily?
I think I would go for the cannon here.
I mean, he's a good enough shot that the most he'd ever be left after running hoop 4 would be about 6 yards. But I must admit, I prefer half that as the.
Oh, he's topped it.
It's interesting.
It's not a good position, that.
No. Well, that was a bit of a surprise.
So it's 3 yards north of the corner.
Yep.
So he's either got to play a good croquet stroke, or he could just take off,
Yes.
get the rush, do the stop approach, and accept he's got a 7-yarder on partner.
Or possibly only 6 if he runs it to the same level. Yep, I agree. I mean, that probably is the thinking man's. I think, well, unless he's.
This is the method of someone who's good at croquet strokes. But it's risky. It's game losing if you get it wrong.
That's a great shot. He's got at least some sort of cut to the east of 4, and he's put red south of 4. That should be good enough. He's actually got it right on top, which means that, but it doesn't really matter. He'll just dab it out to the west as a distant pioneer for 5, and he has got a very good stop shot. Clubs through, and that should be the first break. Now, where would you be looking to leave the balls at the end of this?
I think this is fairly standard. You want to be laying up in corner 1, because it's going to be your backward balls hoop, and you want red as far away as possible, which is corner 3.
Yep.
You do have to leave him a shot, because you've used his ball during the turn, so one of them has to be open. We've already seen Reg refuse to take that shot once.
Yes.
And James is obviously going round from it. Last time it was a shot not to lose, as you highlighted. This time it is going to be a shot to lose. Yep. Remember, this is only the 3rd game of the Open final, and whoever wins this only needs 1 out of 2.
Which makes you, if you treat them as evens, which is probably not quite right, 75%, 3 to 1 on.
Yeah. Now, if we look at the polarity of the balls, the natural position is he's going to be making the rover hoop off partner, which isn't what he wants to do really. He'd rather make it off the opponent, rush the opponent up to corner 3, where he's left partner, and then rush partner down to hoop 1. I'm wondering if at any stage he's going to swap that
Wouldn't
possibly by putting
fall
both
back?
balls at...
Wouldn't fallback be the obvious choice?
You could do it then. You could also simply decide you're going to be croqueting the opponent ball behind rover
Yep.
and stop it up towards corner 3.
But that's far less accurate.
It is. You're going to leave something probably 3 to 4 yards short of that way, aren't you?
Yeah, no. I think by far and away the way the geography of the court works, fallback offers a classic opportunity just to put the other ball north of it,
Yeah.
and then stop the other one across, just as he did there. And
Yeah.
you've changed the polarity around. You've then got things the way you want. And so he has got control of this game. And looks as though he's in full command of everything.
It's another great example, isn't it? I mean, the score at the moment is 24-6
Yes.
to Reg, and yet we both think that James has got the advantage.
Yeah. I mean, you literally have to go back to, your last win in the World Championship in 2008 on courts which were so difficult that then the score actually did have a reasonable correlation with people's chances.
Yeah, yeah.
It was quite different conditions.
So James playing there for hoop and roquet, deliberately putting black behind the hoop so that when he runs it, he automatically rushes black south, making the next croquet stroke easier.
Yeah, and did that very nicely. He's got very relaxed half roll for him. So quite very important actually when you're on these breaks to make them as accurate as you can, you don't want to be struggling from difficult positions all the time, and he's now taking full advantage of what are... Oh, he's just come off... he's going to have probably quite a big croquet stroke. Not it'll bother him, but he'd have liked to be able to rush red over towards black. That may be denied him now. Yep, he got angled and wasn't prepared to take any chances. So gave it a bit of a thump, and
Another really nice shot getting yellow south of black.
yep,
And it's a good fallback pioneer.
So the man who uses the mallet, 20 years old,
Ooh, is it that hard?
well, it's his square stop shot. I mean, even if he doesn't get a forward rush, he wouldn't be that embarrassed. And he got a bit angled again, I think, so we won't see him hold back on this. Oh no, he managed to get a bit of control, so cut rush into the middle of the court. Now, will we see this swap over happen?
Yeah. I don't think he's looked at it really. I think he's on autopilot.
I think you're right, he's putting that over to Pinault without a second thought.
So look, let's look at a different way. So after he makes Pinault, instead of getting a rush south, he rushes black to corner 3 straight away.
Right.
And then takes off to partner at rover.
Yep.
So the downside is you've got this long take off to partner, but you should get black, on the north boundary near corner 3, shouldn't you?
And then you've got to choose. And of course, the one thing which I can't really believe he tried, but of course, from corner 3, and Reg is a very fine GC player, running rover or hoop 12 from corner 3 is not a complete impossibility.
But if he fails that, he's probably going to end up either on the lawn if he hits the hoop, which is terminal,
Yep.
or even the south boundary looks terminal to leave a stop shot approach.
Well,
but as you say, how many more shots is he going to be offered?
yeah.
I remember playing Reg in an Opens, I think it was an Opens final, and he did the same to me on rover, and I got the first break round, and I managed to get hampered after over and missed my hampered shot.
Ah.
So I'm hoping James doesn't make that same error I made.
Now, what's he up to now? Because your suggestion he would rush into corner threes. He's now putting it south, but
This is what we said earlier. This is the sort of less precise, just hack it up somewhere towards corner three method, and it's not going to get as good a leave, but it's going to be 4 yards shorter.
Yeah.
It's safe, but it's not as good as it could be.
Yeah. A bit of angle here, not too much, but a bit.
Well, he could just rush this up now, couldn't he? Forget about the good stop shot. Yeah. Just tonk it up to no, he's tapping it. What's he doing? This is laying up in corner 2, Stephen.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Well,
maybe he was worried about Rover being run.
I guess the other thing you can do here is you could position the yellow with the final shot of your turn, so it rushes to hoop 1, but it doesn't rush to rover.
Yep.
I just got a feeling that even if Reg only rushed it to hoop 1, he'd still roll up to rover and finish anyway.
He's had a practice of that when
I'm not convinced it's worth.
No, when he rushed into penult and still managed to approach 1 back.
Yeah.
So yes, he's offering him, must be a 28-yarder, which is an easy break for James if he misses. Oh, maybe he's coming up there, that'll make it even longer.
I think we'll see Reg stay near corner 4. I don't think he's going to shoot again.
No, well...
But good turn from James.
Yep.
Remember, that was from Reg cornering.
Yep.
So top quality turn.
And what does Reg do differently? It's a lovely story of the Opens in the early 70s when John Solomon was still at the height of his powers and playing Bernard Neal, then chairman of council and a very good player, in the final of the Open Championship. And John was always on the lookout for novelties, so he thought what he'd do is, after Bernard had gone round to 4 back with the first ball, he just placed one of his balls in corner 1. Bernard basically took contact from that, rolled off corner hoop 1, went round, did the triple. And the next game, same thing happened. Bernard went round first. John assumed he couldn't possibly do it a second time, so put a ball back on corner 1, and Bernard did the same. Thank you very much indeed. So Bernard has the almost certainly unique record, which will never be rivalled, of being chairman of council in the years when he won the Open Championship. Or winning the Open Championship, both years he was chairman of council. So what would you do if you're Reg?
That's a very good question. I'm going to go to corner 4 again, Stephen.
Okay. And hope that you're luckier than John Solomon was.
I suppose I should counter that by saying I have mentioned previously I wouldn't have pegged my partner ball.
Oh, no,
out
sure,
in this
but no,
position. Given I'm in a bad position,
Yep.
I think I'm going to make my opponent beat me.
All right. Reg is obviously taking the other view that he'd rather be hung for sheep than for lamb. At least we'll have a shot. Yep.
No.
We've got about 35 yards of croquet here. Very steady on his feet, watching it carefully.
Missed.
Missed, not by much.
It was close, no doubt about that. And we're in a sort of position now. Reg has just taken the corner-to-corner shot he would have done if James had taken his break to one back with 4 balls on the lawn.
Yes.
Except now James has got to play a 3-ball break instead of a sextuple.
Yeah.
Obviously, James played a very good turn before, but still doing yourself out of that lift or not forcing them to do the sextuple. Well, doing the if your James went to 4 back instead of 1 back.
Right.
I think James is often encouraged to do sextuples against Rover and peg and peg and peg.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of people, if you can do them, it does have its appeal. Peg and peg is.
So this is pretty straightforward. This is really about making hoop 1, isn't it?
It is, because he can, and getting good enough rush so that you can. Well, knowing him, he'll get black most of the way to hoop 2.
Oh, he could get it. If he tried, he could get it about 5 yards past hoop 2 from here with James with his stop shot. Well, it's a drive for James, this.
But the important thing is, of course, to get a no more than 2-foot rush directly at hoop 1.
Ooh. It's okay, it's short. Nice short rush, that's fine.
Yeah.
Good shot.
Yep. Won't even cause him to break sweat with the approach. Even better.
Even better. Well, it should be 2-1 to James.
Yep. And well earned. Very good first turn round. Which is just when you've really got to concentrate. It's suddenly looking easy. It's so easy just to break concentration.
And again, thinking further forward, if James does complete this, he's won the toss in game 4.
Yep.
We've seen him play a super shot in game 2. We've seen him go round 3rd turn in game 2.
Yep.
Reg could soon be facing his last shot of the tournament.
Yep. Absolutely. And given the history is when they last met at Surbiton 2019, James won 2-0. There's no reason not to win again. Given how tight black appears to be to 2, I think I'd have been hitting that to the north boundary, but still, he's obviously very confident he can get both balls exactly where he wants them from here.
Another nice croquet stroke there from James. Good control, nice short rush to his hoop. Very useful to get these forward rushes out of odd numbered hoops on a 3-ball break.
Yeah, it just takes away all the pressure. You don't really want to be playing long croquet strokes all the time. A few are quite good to keep you in practice, but just drifted past.
Okay, just got an update from the plate final, being played best of 3 between Brian Cumming from Canada and Nick Parrish from England. Brian Cumming took the first game plus 25 TP, and Nick has just equalised plus 14 TP. So they're into the decider, and I think I can tell you that Brian's having the early play in the third game. Just a little bit angled here.
Yeah, and yellow is in slightly the wrong position relative to 5. Not enough to matter, but James is taking this quite carefully.
Lucky to get that roquet.
Yes, otherwise it was a 4-yard returner, which unnecessary, but should be able to re-establish full control now. And one area where people often go wrong in these 3-ball breaks, especially the ones to win, is when they don't get the balls correctly arranged at 6 and 1 backs. They don't get a forward rush after 6, and then suddenly have to be scrabbling around trying to get a ball somewhere near 2 back while staying near the 1 back pioneer. I would be surprised if James had that problem.
And you tend to put your 1 back pioneer 2.5 yards south of 1 back?
That's the wise thing to do. It gives you so much more room. James indulging in some very, very close croquet strokes. And he has done exactly what I was commenting on. He's now got to rush. He's now gone north of black, which was the pilot for hoop 6. He's now to rush it a few yards north-east of the peg, and then play a split to load 2 back and get on to yellow. Nothing remotely impossible, but just unnecessarily demanding.
Another good example, though, of where having a high-level stop shot will allow him to get quite an acute angle here,
Yep.
holding the back ball, and he can now play this shot. There are some people with certain mallets that might struggle with this shot.
Absolutely, yeah, they'd have to be playing very much further to the east to give themselves the room to get the same result. But it would be far better if he was getting the result from about 3 yards north of yellow with one of his conventional stop shots. But let's have a look.
So that's a really good 2 back pioneer.
Yep, and
And
it's
a
a
lovely
pretty
rush to 1 back.
Yep,
Excellent shot.
So very minor drama averted. There's a straight stop shot, giving him plenty of room to come back and really reduce the remainder of this break to the nearest thing to going through the motions that croquet allows. And he's now within no more than 3 yards from black, but he can still comfortably stop shot yellow over to 3 back and keep himself with a little rush on black. Not many players who can do it that comfortably. He's left that a fraction short. That's about 3 or 4 yards to the west of 3 back.
And for improving players, one of the ways you can actually try to work on improving a game is to analyse how far your striker's ball moves each turn. And if you watch this break over again after it's finished and see the short distances the red ball is travelling each shot, well, if it's only travelling 3 yards, there's actually not much can go wrong with it.
Exactly. I mean, this is why the rush and stop shot game is so recommended. Known to many as the Russian stop shot, which led to a very amusing misconception by the press when they were taking quite a bit of interest in croquet in the 80s, and I got rung up as I think I'd won something and been quoted talking about Russian stop shots. They wanted to know whether it was true the Russians played croquet. And I said, well, I'm sure they did, and I had heard that it was used to relax astronauts after they'd been in one of their orbital missions. But I thought the reason for the term was actually simply a mishearing. It really meant rush and stop shot. It then took about 10 minutes to explain what a rush was. Well, he's just gone slightly past or up to yellow, so he'll just produce another roll, which the second time in the break he's had to send the striker's ball a reasonable number of yards in a croquet stroke. But as you were saying, most of the time it's not moving very far at all. So James celebrates almost certain victory in this game with a thrash off the north boundary.
I think you mentioned earlier he uses that as almost a method of relaxation,
Yes,
lowering the shoulders and powering through. And I used to do the same. You're a bit tense at this stage, and just actually relaxing through that shot. During the start of the opening and the next turn, you're going to have to shoot at something.
Yep.
And it's a nice sort of example of getting your shoulders loose again and preparing for the next game.
And also it conveys a suitable sense of authority to the proceedings as you make it quite clear you won't be failing that particular hoop. It's one of the debates many years ago was whether we'd improve the game by preventing that, by saying that your turn ends if you send a ball off in a hoop stroke. So James quite rightly focusing on finishing under complete 100% control. To put him in the best possible psychological position for addressing what he hopes will be the final game. And Reg indeed will have to be thinking that he can't afford any more lapses at all. what's obvious about both players is how slowly they seem to be swinging the mallet. There's no tension, and the ball is doing basically what they want almost all the time. And as Chris pointed out, the one obvious defect in this game was Reg managing to play a very bad croquet stroke by his standards when approaching the peelie in front of four-back and getting himself cross-wide from it. And that, in effect, was the error that is going to cost him this game. Well played.
Okay, so we're back on with game 4. Stevens found out in the break that the reason James laid up in corner 2 was to prevent Reg trying to run Rover from corner 3.
Yep.
Now, I think that's tactical error. I think he should have let him have the hoop, but we'll never know. What we do know is James has won the toss, and as predicted, has laid a super shot. And
Yep. This is
second game, Reg went 15 yards north of corner 4.
yep, sort of max distance, less a bit, and I think he's doing much the same now. Not for him. He's actually going quite a bit further south, actually. Yeah, he's gone to a conventional start of the game position. Yes, about 12 yards north of corner 4. So leaving, I think he's leaving a shot which he's confident he can hit. As he's hit this twice before already.
Yeah.
That's probably it. And but the last time this happened, James hit down the east boundary with great speed and accuracy.
Well, the last time Reg took that shot, he missed by 2 balls on the right, didn't he?
But he has hit 2 before.
He has, yeah.
So, and therefore, I think he knows that it's flat, and human error apart. So, if James wants to.
Let's get back on. So, big shot this. Oh,
Yes, got
cut it in lawn. Makes the
My
croquet
goodness!
stroke
And
even easier.
given the speed, he's got a sort of 85-degree cut, slightly west of the line between hoops 3 and 4. So, an even easier start. And Reg retires to his chair, feeling that's making life a bit more difficult. Yes, that was a remarkable shot. Reminds one of the Egyptian goal croquet players who hit the ball so hard that even if they just nick your ball, you still seem to go about 20 yards.
Looks good, this.
Yep, spot on, I'd say. Pretty well.
Won't be too worried about yellow being a little bit short. It was all about getting a rush to hoop 1.
Yep.
It's genuinely hot here now, isn't it? It must be close to 27.
Not
James
much
has
breeze.
just been on the lawn for half an hour playing 2 breaks. Another good approach. Nice control, forward rush. Isn't it nice just to have played 2 consecutive 3-ball breaks before you get another 3-ball break?
Exactly. It's all practice. And he'll now be thinking that he's definitely got a distinct advantage, and I'm sure he won't let that make him do anything stupid, but he's now looking very comfortable. He always was, to be honest. He always looks relaxed on the lawn. But now he's playing tighter and tighter, in the sense getting more and more accurate. And Reg is going to have to hit or die, in croquet terms.
Again, going back to how the match has panned out, James won the first very easily with that big mistake from Reg, and then went break up in the second. So Reg has already been under significant pressure in this match and has come back very strongly.
Yep.
With that hit in followed by the sextuple.
Yep.
So he's got good positive mental thoughts that he's done it before. But this time it's not just to go 2-0 down, this is to lose the championship.
Yeah.
And we've got the other question of, will James go for 3 ducks this time to try and put even more pressure on him?
Yeah.
You've mentioned Reg has taken that shot on the east boundary 2 out of 3 and hit. Is he going to invert it to force him to do something different?
Yeah, I would strongly support that, because I think if you, particularly when you know what your opponent prefers, it's a pretty good starting point to try and give him something that he doesn't. And yeah, I think that Three Ducks does leave a fairly sort of, well, it's always seen to be a short shot. It's actually no shorter unless you really stretch it out than the one we're talking about down on the east boundary. But no, I think there's a lot to be said for changing the scene. And one thing I made sure we did in the doubles was to sometimes leave balls slightly off the yard line, so our opponents couldn't actually guarantee they get a known reaction as they shot down the east boundary. This is a rather more dramatic example of giving your opponent a different experience. James is getting very close indeed. He must be feeling very confident with his length, and he's just creeping through with a nice forward rush. Got some tea coming.
So on lawn 3, I think Brian's now taking his second ball round in the final of the plate. That's the final deciding game. And he's got about a 5-yarder after hoop 1 to set up his second break. And he's hit that, so he should be at least 2 breaks up as James moves around third turn in the 4th game of the final.
With, to use old money, every ball going on a sixpence, really. Except then, commentator's curse, he's gone past the Pioneer, not that it matters. So he's now rushing blue a little way to the east of 5, and we'll send that up to 1 back and get on to yellow, which is 2 feet south of 6. And then we'll get to see what he's planning for in terms of a leave.
Again, that's further than I would send the blue. That's 3 yards further than I would have sent, 4 yards further than I would have sent it.
Except that when you've got as good a stop shot as he has, providing he can actually get into position to use it to operate, he doesn't really have the same worries. But I agree that in terms of being a bit south of the hoop gives you such a wider range of options, no matter what you do after 6. But he seems to, well, he's now got a decent stop shot there.
Is he going to run this hard or mid-pace or softly?
Mid-pace, but just the same as hard, really. What's his plan?
And again, you know, once you've hit this a yard or 4 feet, he's going to be out of the range of most players, isn't it?
Yeah, this is why I think he's just
So it looks like it's the same leave as game 2.
It does now, yes. He had the opportunity to send a ball over to the west boundary, but decided not. Or
We
never.
both think this is an error.
We think he should be doing something a little different from last time. He might just choose to put it in a yard or so away from where it was before. Sorry.
Because one of the main reasons for doing this is if your opponent is shooting from corner 3.
Yes.
To give yourself that chance of them rushing it south and not getting to hoop 1. But if you know your opponent's shooting from A bulk anyway, you're not actually gaining as much.
And that blue is exactly where Reg shot at least twice before.
Yeah.
But having said all that, it's a potentially very last shot.
This time it's hit it harder off, but the same result.
Yeah.
No, that's just playing off the lawn. So a nice defensive spread, but I don't think it's going to give him any benefit given the fact we think Reggie's going to take the short lift. And it's this sitting down after your opponent's finished that just winds me up.
You want to see a bit of eagerness, do you?
I just, well, I was always taught when your opponent's played their last shot, you should be ready to play.
Yep, I agree.
And I know there's all this sports psychology of always doing the same things, so being sat down, then having a drink of your water. And how long is it going to take him before he actually hits the ball, Stephen? That's my point.
5 minutes?
Well, if it's 5 minutes, that's simply not good enough, is it? I remember.
I'll put the clock on him.
One of the things tennis has done is they've introduced the serving limit.
Yes, 30 seconds.
That's been an improvement, hasn't it?
Well, we could be doing him a disservice. We've now only just reached about 35 seconds.
That's from when you put the clock on him. After James hit his last shot, I don't know, but anyway, he's going to be faster than I thought, so let's not be too unfair on him.
And this is
Big shot.
yeah.
I know Rob quite often shot at the in-lawn ball here.
What, from third corner?
No.
Oh.
Would he red it yellow?
Oh, I see.
He always said he fancied it more.
Ah, well, I mean, certainly taking the shot that you actually feel comfortable about is absolutely sensible. And what is also marginally possible if you miss and the opponent feels tempted to hit that ball, your ball, and then try and recreate the rush with the ball out on the lawn, quite often they don't get the rush, and so you get that benefit too.
Yeah.
Anyway, so a minute and a half after.
Missed by a mile. Two balls.
Yeah.
And that was within my tolerance. 2 minutes. I think I can cope with that. But yeah, 2 balls missed to the right. And I think at this stage, it's useful to have won an Open Championship, isn't it?
Jolly useful. And James has.
Correct. Correct.
So it's not...
Because this is often the stage when the person who hasn't done starts thinking about winning an Open Championship, and that's the last thing you want to do at this stage.
No, you've just got a break to play like any other break. Of course, that's in one sense nonsense, but it's the way you've got to approach it. And this is an absolutely standard position. And actually, I think a sort of help is to think, it would just be very disappointing not to be able to finish from this, because you'll have the same position many other times in future. You just want to get into the habit of always doing it. Now here we'll see whether he decides to do anything with the ball on the boundary. He decides that he will, but it is close, so he just dabs it out a bit and holds his rush. Because Reg did, of course, he got the rush to 1 at this point.
That was for his first ball.
Indeed.
Whereas James wants to make hoop 1 off partner to send it to 4 back automatically.
Exactly, yeah. So basically, and he's got a rush, it was just as good as before, and Red is now out in the court. Don't hit the peg, he's managed to avoid that delight.
That might be a cannon. I'm not sure he wants a cannon here, Stephen.
Not at all, no. I mean, in fact, it's just a fraction close, so even with his stop shot, you want to be able to move the enemy ball out a bit. It won't make any huge difference, but if it's right on top of it without being in contact, then it's slightly embarrassing.
We haven't got a great camera angle. There's no camera here. Ah. So I think we can see that they're actually about a foot apart, which is fine.
Yep, if you can...
With that nice stop shot, you can get this out a few feet, possibly even a few yards, and get a rush on partner to 1.
Actually, is a welcome to a standard triple for this second championship. It's possibly a fraction flat, but nonetheless, I'm sure he can cut that down.
Looks good.
Very good control of pace. Even that, which I thought was hit only just hard enough to get to the hoop, has actually gone 3 yards past. It shows you how quick some part of this court is. So it really just needs one reasonable approach and he should be off to the races.
Lovely.
Yep. Played with plenty of definition. He didn't quit on it. So,
oh, he's got a rush. He's got a rush. Oh, it doesn't get better than that. That is handy. Should be guaranteed to get a rush on red to yellow now.
Yeah, and he'll get partner all the way up to 4 back for a standard triple.
And just look how close he's rushed out. This is how good a stop shot he's got. This is it's easily a 9-to-1 ratio he's given himself there, I think. 2 yards and 18 yards. Didn't quite get black all the way there though. So maybe did just rush a bit too close.
Yeah.
Good cut.
Yep. Right behind yellow.
So I think if we start looking back at the match, Opens finals tend to be a combination of who shoots the best and who makes the least errors.
Yep.
And
this time,
actually, both players have shot well.
Yep.
James has hit a couple
has the edges. The 2 that he's missed have been extremely long, whereas Red just has slightly shorter ones, and as you say, he'd missed both of them on the right, which tends to be his slight weakness. If you think about all the very important row cases he's missed in World Championship finals, then he's missed slightly on the right. actually by smaller margins than the ones he missed there.
And in terms of errors, I can't remember James making a clear error.
No.
And Reg has made one monster error in the first game, misapproaching two back. And I think you have to call not finishing a sextuple an error.
It all went wrong from bashing through two back and getting the wrong angle.
And then rushing
into the
hoop, yes.
Yeah.
And a bad croquet stroke thereafter.
Exactly. So,
and arguably, having done all that, not taking the aggressive line of rushing partner off the south boundary and pumping it back up to four.
Yes, which would have been a more likely route to bring the sextuple back on track.
So, at the moment, a fair result.
Oh, entirely. No, I mean, you don't win these things by luck. There may be some luck involved, but you've got to have played the better croquet. And I think James has. I mean, Reg has been in very impressive form this week. His performance in the semi-final and his very early sextuple will, stand in the memory for a bit. And James actually had a slightly slower start, but has peaked at exactly the right time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say chalk and cheese before the final. Reg and 2 or 3 orders better.
That's going a bit far. I think
I mean,
he had a definite edge.
The start of the Reaver Deeth match was just weak.
Right.
Whereas Reg produced an excellent performance throughout. But yeah, in the match that it matters, you've only got to beat one person each day. You don't have to beat the other people who are playing. And he's done that. He's just got to avoid little... See, that is not good, Stephen. That is not good. That's not where you want to approach.
No, you've now given yourself a slightly difficult split approach, which is... Best position is 6 inches north and 6 inches east or west, and you've got an absolutely baby stop shot to get a perfect peeling position and a perfect hoop. But none.
Off you go.
Yeah. Right, so James has got himself what looks like an adequate position after that slightly inaccurate rush. And he's only just struggled through and bows his head in despair. But
that would have really stuck.
Oh yes.
With a more difficult hoop.
And on comes the referee.
So it's just those little nervy shots when you are trying to win, and I think James has got a fairly straightforward shot through the hoop at black. But we'll have to see when he starts.
You can never quite tell the line. If the ball falls off slightly to one side or the other, suddenly the upright can be an embarrassment. But it is very close, so he doesn't have to make more than contact with a bit.
So, hand through the hoop. It's not easy, is it?
Yeah, well, all these.
I thought he might be putting his mallet at a higher angle than that, but he's played it well.
Yep. Important thing is not to panic on these things and realise how little force a ball needs to move a couple of feet. And he's also kept a very straight position. So after that, one small, and oddly enough, this might help him. He'll now have given himself a mental kick in the pants for that slight slip up. And I'm sure we'll be focusing on great precision for the rest. Just through.
No great rush.
No.
Oh, he's moved that off the rush line a long way.
Well, this will now have to be either...
You'll take off from that, surely.
That's a sensible thing. If you want to be unsensible, you try and pass roll it into the hoop. But I wouldn't recommend... I mean, the other quite plausible thing is to do, if you've got a good enough pass roll, just be prepared to have red, between 4 and 5.
I think...
But the takeoff's fine.
Taking off here, if you get a rush north after hoop 4, you can rush black over to this boundary, Stephen, and then it's a nice rush line to approach.
That's a very good point. Yep, you can actually make a virtue out of slight inaccuracy. Yes, I mean, if he'd peeled that black by another 6 inches, it would have been a little easier for him.
So he hasn't gone for the northwards rush.
No, he's playing very conservative, just coming across to the west so that he can put.
That's a good shot.
Yes, again with his, it's good with his stop shot. Now this should go, I'd expect, a little bit to the east and north of 6, so he can get onto black after 5 and then place black in position for the peel before approaching off yellow. Yep, that's more or less right. Actually, it's gone to the conventional position. He's slap in front. Well, this, even with his stop shot, it's going to be interesting. Okay. James didn't get a forward rush out of 5, so he's rushed red over to towards the east boundary, just a fraction south of 5, and now he's got to play a pretty accurate roll, both to load 1 back with red and get blue up to and beyond 4 back, so he can rush black across. Now, a shot which he would do under normal circumstances 19 times out of 20, but this time it matters in particular. He really shouldn't have been in this position.
So I guess bad things that can happen is you could finish on the wire of 4 back.
That's the worst, yeah. Or you give it a bit too much and you find yourself sprinting off the north boundary. That's embarrassing. But the main thing is actually not getting up there, so you can't actually see it. But anyway, that looks pretty good in terms of weight.
That's a very good shot, isn't it? Very good shot.
Very good ball that won 1 back as well. Now, a hallmark of the very best players is they get both balls right. Well, chosen to leave yellow on the east side of Pinol rather than the usual side, which is west, but he's obviously just happy to get his rush over to the north boundary by slipping behind yellow to the south as he peels through Pinol. If this goes through smoothly, that's a great peel. He's brought it all the way down to within less than a couple of yards of Rover. So this should be all over, but this is just when you think victory is assured, you have got to keep absolutely focused.
And interesting, just looking at that, you could imagine him hitting that rush a little bit less full on, and the striker's ball going and hitting the 1 back pioneer to the boundary. There's all sorts of things that can go wrong.
Yeah. That's if he gets his croquet stroke as accurately as the rest he's been doing, the big ones, that really will be making life look very secure.
Two back pioneer just gone a fraction too far.
Yep. And he's surprised too, and I was when I saw him hit it. I thought it was absolutely spot on. But
traditionally, if you think back 20 years, this corner one has actually been one of the faster areas because of the trees sucking out the moisture.
Yes, yeah.
And this year it's actually verdant green, but it might just be starting to quicken up underneath.
And it's got the slope as well.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. I mean, I remember playing it in 1989, which is even further back, when it was simply toast. It was pale brown, and if a ball got onto it, it didn't stop moving till it reached the boundary. Made for some very long games. No, he's supposed to be peeled. No, attacks for Rover.
So I don't think James will be peeling Rover going to this bad two-back pan here.
Not at all. No,
Probably
he'll
just tidy up the break.
yes, and make sure he doesn't. Yes, that yellow is in the least helpful position that it could be.
So he could rush partner back to the boundary and then
That
Croquet
would be
back in front of
a
Rover.
very sensible thing to do, and in fact, I think it would be the wiser thing. I think he thinks the same. And it helps if you do miss the. That's the other thing that can happen. Go crashing into the escape ball. Having suffered that myself once or twice, it's a bit of a pain.
Yeah, I'm just going to hit that rush much more gently, just in case something goes wrong.
Well, you want to hit it hard enough so that you have got room to turn around and send it back to Rover.
Oh, I'm going to rush it off the boundary.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to rush it 30 yards further.
The trouble is that any contact with the escape ball is going to be unhelpful. That looks a pretty good shot. He's given himself plenty of room above the hoop. Red's in a pretty friendly position for the peel before three back. And runs blue two back from all of 6 inches, which is the sort of length that you like.
For any Canadian viewers, it looks like Brian has got 2 breaks up in the 3rd game of the plate final. So good strong position for him. That looks good.
Yep, yellow up to 4 back and blue just 4 feet or so north of black. Just needs to cozy it down by about a yard, which he does. Peeled without any trouble at all, so now he's got the sort of winner's parade, 4-ball break to the peg, all peels done, and it should be an exhibition in absolute precision, because it's the best way of keeping yourself focused and not having an embarrassment with the winning post so close. Classic finish, having deliberately run the hoop to north of the 3-back Pioneer, bring it back to the south boundary, and depending on the room that you've got, either send that ball to Penult or to Rover and get a rush on partner up to the area of 4-back, so you can just keep tight control of everything. Sometimes the 4-back Pioneer is not in a particularly brilliant position, and that's when getting a rush on partner up to that part of the court really matters. This time it doesn't matter. He's put yellow within 4 feet of 4-back, but with his stop shot, no surprise to see Red's actually gone up to the peg. I'm a bit surprised. That's either one thing. Well, it's just about getting there. So it is showing how quick that court is. And I wouldn't be surprised if he adds black to the cast of characters at Penult. Always nice to make Penult off your partner, because then you can hit it straight after the hoop and send it to the peg, awaiting the final peg out from short range.
Bit of showboating here with an open cannon, you think?
I hope not.
Well, he couldn't resist it.
He couldn't resist that, honestly. Well, it was very small. As open cannons go, I have to say, I think that falls into the juvenile variety. But anyway, no problems. Now that's all looking terribly, terribly tidy. So yellow down to Rover. Well, he's managed to rush that into the back of the hoop. Now, is that any sort of problem?
It's just not what you want, is it?
No.
I mean, you know, it shouldn't be a problem. And he'll probably get hoop and roker here. I'd be tempted to hit that quite firmly.
Fortunately, it was off the. It's when they're right on the centre line you have to watch it, as then your ball can just stop. But that was obviously just off the centre line and just glanced off it. But you're right. I mean, why make life remotely complicated when you've got the win in the bag? And traditionalists like me would always have 2 balls down by Rover, just to make absolutely sure. But I can't imagine he feels the need. And well done, James, smoothly through, giving himself a very short rush on yellow up to the peg, where both red and, more importantly, black are awaiting. And that is a very fine victory indeed, in very hot conditions. He's kept his concentration going despite 28 degrees, what, for most of the past 2 hours?
Absolutely, and just showing you don't need to do a sextuple to an Opens final.
This is true. But they are so much fun when they come.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Stephen. It's been a pleasure joining you, and we look forward to Golf Croquet Worlds in a couple of weeks.
Absolutely, yes.
Second Open Championship win for James.
Yeah, well done him.
Where do you want the crowd? Do I? But I'm going to be standing over there.
You're very welcome to hold it if you'd like to.
You're going to say something, and then I'm just going to read out the names of the winners and so on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we need to be doing this sort of swapping all the time.
Oh, okay. If you'd like to introduce me, although I think everyone probably knows. President of the Croquet Association.
President of the Croquet Association.
Yes. Which is the first trophy?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hurlingham. I'm sure it's not the first time you've been here, although for some of you it is your first opens. Thank you all for attending. Thanks to all the people who have provided the services that we've needed. And I would now like to introduce Quilla, who is the President of the Croquet Association, who will give a few words.
Hello again. I think the first thing to say is what a wonderful week it has been. I mean, the weather's played a huge part in it, but a very big thank you on behalf of the Croquet Association to the Hurlingham Croquet Club, and in particular to Mark Omerod, who I know has been very helpful in the background. Please pass on our thanks to the groundsman at Hurlingham for these wonderful lawns. Perhaps you'd like to join me in a round of applause for them. Now we're coming to the handing over of the trophies.
Yes, the first trophy that we'll present is the Association Plate, and that was won by Brian Cumming. And next we come to the main event, the Croquet Championship. This is the runner-up trophy, and it was won on this occasion by Reg Bamford. I've been instructed to hold a microphone. I hope this is going to work. And the winner of the Croquet Championship, James Death.
Say a few words?
I will, yes. Come round to the microphone then. All right. Yeah. Just on behalf of all the players, I think one big thanks we have missed out so far is to our manager, Mike, who's kept everything running smoothly. Long days, long nights. I assume you got home occasionally.
I think I got home most of the night.
Oh, well done. And a big thanks to Reg, one of those who's pushed us all to play almost error-free croquet. Just drives the standards time after time. And hopefully I get to beat you many more times. Thank you also to all the visitors, those who've come from near and far, especially those who've travelled a long way to come and join us. Please do keep coming. Make sure more people come. Let's have bigger events. Keep AC running. Thank you to you all.
Just one more thank you I've thought of, and that is to all the people who've been helping with communicating to the wide world what's been going on here, visually and also online. So thank you very much to them.
We now come on to the trophies which are somewhat smaller in stature. This is the John Solomon Trophy for quality of peeling, and once again this goes to Reg Bamford.
Here we go again.
You get more points for a sextuple than you do for a triple, so if you're going to do lots of sextuples, then you're likely to continue winning this. And the final trophy is the Z, which is not yet determined. The final is going on between Joel Taylor and Tom Coles. So let's all go and watch that.
Before we break up, just on behalf of the club, I just wanted to thank everyone who's been involved. And as James says, particularly visitors, it's not so easy to travel these days, so it's marvellous to see you all. And I hope you'll come back. And please check your diaries for the Hurlingham Cup in the middle of August, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And particular thanks to Mike for all his management. It's nine hard days. Well done. And on behalf of the club.
Thank you very much.
And is Ian? Where's Ian? Is he gone? Oh yes, referee of the tournament. Thank you very much, Ian. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
I think that's it, chaps.
Safe journey home.
See you all again next year, wherever it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.